Hello everyone. Yeah, no, I'm on. Look, I opened the game before we started, and it was like CG is there. I have to start the game here. I can't just press continue. Hello. I just saw this and I had to. But let's move on. I actually checked the guide to know what I was doing wrong. I know what I'm doing, supposedly. We will not stay stuck anymore. Yeah, whatever you say, Edward. It was here, the pendant. Think fast, Edgy. The worst part is that if you're left without energy, slash sanity, slash whatever we want to call Edward's meter, you do get a bad ending when Lan comes in, tells you to go back to the courthouse, and basically flips you the double bed. Wait. Wait, no, it's not that. Oh, goddammit, we're back at the start. Wait, let me check. The pendant, yeah. We checked the pendant before. Yeah. It's a name. Okay, wait. I think I know what I'm doing wrong. Can I can't press. Wait, I can't present the profile. Wait, no, it's the preliminary findings because the name of the guy is. I'm an idiot. And I wrote the guy. I read the guy too. I'm just dumb. I'm just dumb. Something not right about the name of the pendant. The victim is the Amano family butler, and his name is Oliver Deacon, which it's. I'm not sure what's supposed to be a pun on. But the name on the pendant is Colin Deveray. I wonder what's up with that. I don't know, but I think we've hit upon an important piece of information. Okay. And now we get the pendant as an actual thing. Okay. But now Edward doesn't have to die. Lance! Lance! Where are you, sweetie? Excuse me, but you are? I am. Iona's reaction to that. Oh, this is bad. He's really good looking. Ah, stop it, Lauren. You can't let yourself out for a playboy like him. You're in love with. Sounds like someone doesn't know the meaning of the phrase inner monologue, huh? Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but might you be a friend of Lance? Yes, I'm Lance's best friend. My name is Lauren Pops. Yeah, my last name is Pops. His girlfriend? Ah, it's nothing like that. We're more like friends, and we're not lovers or anything. We haven't gotten that far yet. I don't need to know about your sex life, girl. But I guess that's how people are going to see it, so I just accept it. I even got this ring as a present from Lance. Well, you know what she reminds me of? A cartoon character. Hey, you've not been in this video game enough. May I inquire as to why you're here? I haven't been able to get in contact with Lance lately, and I began to really worry. So I look everywhere for him, and then I heard about the kidnapping, so I came here. Oh, you're really strong for having made it through all this by yourself. Is it true? Has Lance really been kidnapped? No one is supposed to know, but yes, it's true. Well, Edward, it's his girlfriend. She was gonna find out eventually. Oh, Lance! I can't believe you'd been spirited away. I wonder how you're doing right now. Looks like she's gone back to the fair maiden in love routine. Mr. Edward, where do we go from here? Well, we found a body, so we should look into the murder. Oh, fuck me. My man brought me to speed over the radio, and I have to say, you really should have called. I heard you found something very intriguing. Lang? Lang? I don't have your phone number. I have nothing to hide, Agent Lang. It's exactly what you see before you. And also, I literally do not have your phone number. How do you expect me to call you? Who are you, my boyfriend? I'll take it from here. Yeah, that guy's really dead. You don't fucking say, Lang. Hey, you waiting for an invitation? Hurry up and detain the suspect now. Suspect who? Officer Makins, is it? You're coming with us. What? Sir, I had nothing to do with it, sir. Agent Lang, don't you think you're being a bit rash? Do you even have a good reason to suspect Officer Meekins, besides the fact that he's been accused of murder like 3 times already? I leave that kind of stuff to you prosecutors. It's your job after all. Like I said earlier, the crime scene isn't as forgiving as your precious courtroom. That's your answer? I know you like your logic and reasoning. Yeah, yeah. But that sort of impractical fluff is not needed out here in the field. Lang? How do you not use logic when figuring out shit in a murder scene? Because I don't know, man. I feel like you need logic of like, oh hey, he has like bullet wounds. I think that's how he died. Like that's logic. How are you he's so stupid. Which kind of explains why he wears those sunglasses, which are very dumb. It's just because he's stupid. Edward's honest reaction to that. All you have to do is arrest suspicious person after suspicious person. That's how you eliminate crime from the streets. No, Lang, that's how you become an authoritarian. But that's also precisely how you necessarily arrest innocent people by mistake. Innocent people. Nonsense! There's no such thing as an innocent person. We all got a blemish or two in our hearts. Yeah, Lang, that's a little different from literally committing a federal crime. Lang, that one time that you might have stolen like a toothbrush from like a store and nobody noticed, like, that's not a big deal in comparison to murdering a person. Jesus fucking Christ. That's tyranny. I won't allow such a thing to go on unchecked before my eyes. Too bad you don't call the shots around here. Motherfucker. As I have sworn to hold the lands of this land, I cannot allow you to take this money. Fuck you, Lung. That you would arrest a man on false charges without even conducting an investigation. Have you no honor as a member of law enforcement? Well, Edgewood, I hate to break this to you, but all cops are bastards. Even Interpol. Maybe even especially Interpol. They don't do their job like they should. You, how dare you speak so disrespectfully to our Shifu? Hold it. You amuse me, Mr. Prosecutor. Lang Shi says, every pack has its own rules. If you can play by their rules and come out on top, that is a true victory. Alright, I'll give your beloved laws a fair shake. Lang, just because you're Interpol, it does not mean you don't have to abide by the law of each country. Especially when, like, most countries don't even respect international law in the first place. And by most countries, I mostly mean the US. Other countries also don't do it. But mostly it's the US that doesn't give a shit about international law, and they know it. Now I'll show you just how much investigating I've done. Through my line of logic. No. Your logic is terrible. It sucks, unlike my logic, which is superior and better. Things that probably like Edward has thought is like, no, your logic is bad and pathetic and inferior, and my logic is big and strong. I've seen a lot of bodies like the one carted off in my time. I can say he was shot in a single glance, but even you figure that much out, right? Well, he has an entry and an exit wound, of course. With your current gun laws, it's not exactly easy to get your hands on a gun. Okay, this is hilarious because this makes no sense if the events of the game take place in America. I'm sorry. Like, I love that this kind of line is not edited in any way whatsoever from the Japanese script, because it makes, like, gun laws in the United States are pretty, lenient, to put it politely. So the fact that he has to say, oh yeah, it's not easy to get your hands in a gun, it's like, no, it's not easy if you're in Japan, sweetie, you're not in Japan. God, that's hilarious. It's the little details, you know? Not unless you're a member of law enforcement like Officer Mickens, isn't that right? That is your reasoning. Solid as a rock is based on the philosophy of detainment. What's this philosophy of detainment? You don't know? In that case, pay attention, girlie. In my country, the criminals have a saying, beware of the wolf. Why the wolf? Because in my language, lang means wolf, and you don't mess with me or my pack. If the character design that I have going on with my hair in spikes like it looks like a couple of wolf ears didn't tip you. Did that not tip you off, Edward? Edward, did my hairstyle not tip you? Edward! It takes me 3 hours to style my hair like this. Did it not tip you off that my name means wolf? Edward. Please. You know how long it takes to... Why do I even try? And as for the detainment philosophy, its father is my honorable ancestor, Lang Shi. You'd think I'd have heard of him and his teachings if he is that famous. Lang Shi developed it as he worked to lock criminals away thousands of years ago. Ah, so he's an ancient bastard, I see. To this day, the Shenfa police still trains its recruits in his philosophies. But thousands of years ago, that makes your story about as believable as a fairy tale. Okay, to be fair, China is very old. Anything wears out and breaks over time. Do you really believe something as ancient as that can be applied to today's world? Almost like law needs to change because society and culture changes, you know? You want to put it to a test? Yeah, sure. I want to get over with this so I can keep investigating, bitch. Uh-huh.
Hold it!
Yes, I think that anyone who saw the bullet wounds would come to the same conclusion. Don't pat yourself on the back yet. Wasn't that supposed to... What's that supposed to mean? Dude. Really? Another one? Like she says, search where the water is deepest. You have to keep your eyes on the big fish that lurks in the depths, which is the killer. Is that right? And what would you know about the killer? Uh-huh. Okay, but I need to check something first. I wonder... A vile criminal with a... Because, like, obviously the excuse is, like, he's wearing a normal, like, Blue Badger costume. He definitely wouldn't have been able to have a gun. I do want to see what he says when I press him on this. It would appear you've studied a little over laws. No, he studied Japanese law, Edward. You're in America. You're in the United States. Study it. Who needs to study what every child in any corner already knows? It's that Gina! The Federal Firearms Restriction Arm. That's it, the Federal Firearms Restriction Act. I hear it's not easy to get a gun these days. Interesting. That woman is the one in charge of keeping track of the information. And she's probably not gonna be of any importance for the rest of the game. Totally not an important character that's gonna, like, bite us in the ass later. Definitely not what's gonna happen. I promise. Totally.
Hold it!
If that's the case, there are plenty of other officers who might be potential suspects. You're not seriously going to arrest each and every one of them, are you? As if I would need to. I've already looked into everyone else here. Oh? Other than Officer Mickens, I know no one else's weapon has been fired. How do you check every single person's weapon in such a short span of time? That's because each and every one of my subordinates is extremely capable. It didn't take more than a few minutes to conduct the entire investigation. The power of sheer numbers. But you have yet to check Officer Mickens' weapon, correct? Thanks for reminding me. Hey, you, show me your gun. Ow! What's wrong? Why does he look so sickly pale all of a sudden? Gun. What do you say? I can't hear you. Stop mumbling and spit it out already. There. I lost my gun there. How could you be so irresponsible? Har. In the end, it looks like you're still the only suspect we got. You're the one who waited here outside this garage to ambush and kill the victim. So you think that Officer Mickens waited here to kill the victim, do you, Lang? I think this little accusation deserves a lot more scrutiny. Well, I'm gonna press him first. You mean to tell me that the murder occurred here, in this garage? From the fact that the suspect was almost next to where the body was found, I'd say that it's pretty obvious that this is a crime scene. Like she says, a criminal always returns to the scene of the crime. Hey, finally a quote I even heard before. Furthermore, Lang Shi says... Regina. Successful investigations are the result of multiple returns to a crime scene. Looks like neither the detectives nor criminals have changed their ways over the millenniums. This is the kind of conclusion the philosophy of detainment can lead you to. I don't get it, Mr. Edward. Why are you putting yourself on the line for Mr. Mickens? It's not that I particularly care about what happens to Officer Mickens. Have you seen him? It's Officer Mickens. What? However, I can't simply stand by while Agent Lang ignores the country's laws. This is about my pride, Kai. Shilong Lang. Just what sort of investigator are you? A shitty one. The question is if I should, I guess I should present the preliminary findings because it's clear that the body was found because there's no blood. Unless... Like, that's the one thing that makes the most sense to me.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Agent Lang, that is simply not possible. What do you mean? You've seen the crime scene for yourself. And while you were looking, did you not think to yourself that it was a little too clean? Yeah. So you did notice that there was too little blood. Do you still wish to claim that Officer Meekins committed the murder here? Because this isn't the crime scene, and if it was your man who led you to think it was, then I suggest you leave this case to the local police to set the record straight. Har 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 har. 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 Not bad. I see your logic can be just as sound as mine. Your logic makes no sense, forehead. In that case, let me ask you this. Do you think it's weird that officer was hanging out here in the first place? Weird. How so? Hey your squad's not even supposed to be in this area, right? What were you doing neglecting your duties and loafing around here? I... Don't you dare give me some lame excuse like, I find myself taking a walk. But sir, I really did take a walk, sir. You're a disgrace. How dare you take your pack obligations so lightly? Officer Meekin is looking extra meek. He's hiding something. Mr. Edward, please, sir. Say me the way you did earlier, please, sir. Officer Meekins, please give us a detailed account of what happened. Sir, no you too. Meekins is about to use his persona. It's true, sir. I wasn't assigned to this area, sir. I was told to check every square inch of the main gate area, sir. I also went looking for the kidnappers while selling dreams in the Blue Badger mobile, sir. But I got completely caught up in my role selling dreams to the children, sir. Before I knew it, I found myself here in this area, sir. What is this, Blue Badger mobile? It's a moving store on wheels that sells sweet dreams and merchandise, sir. So the Blue Badger mobile is just a roaming souvenir shop. Well, we gotta uphold capitalism. Sir, I swear I was chasing the kidnappers out when I was being a good dream merchant. He seems rather worked up, even more than his usually hyperactive self. He seems sure of what he's saying. Can you try to calm down and lower your voice to a reasonable level, officer? Sir! Roger, sir! That was not reasonable. Sorry, sir.
Hold it!
Describe for me how you conducted your investigation. Yes, sir. Well, at first I made sure there were no suspicious looking people in the area, sir. But the only people that seemed to gather around me were little girls, sir. Well, what do you expect when you're dressed like the Blue Badger? I had no choice at that point, sir, so...
Hold it!
What exactly do you mean by selling dreams? Sir, the Blue Badger mobile is where dreams are collected. What? Business like you've never known except in dreams, ma'am, like innocent drops. What are you? A gacha game? And bitterness one only in nightmares, ma'am, like guilty jawbreakers. No, seriously, that just sounds like currency from a gacha game. Selling does as I push the Blue Badger mobile along in my is my son Lucy, ma'am.
Hold it!
You completely forgot to look for the kidnappers? No, sir, of course no, sir. I would never do something like that, sir. You know, Meekins, you would be in a lot less trouble if you just admitted, oh yeah, I forgot. And you're absolutely right. Wow, you're good at this forcing people to confess things, Mr. Edward. To be frank, I'm just a little man, sir. He's just a little better boy. I'm better at selling kids a few small dreams than looking for a big crook, sir.
Hold it!
Enough wallowing in your own self-pity. Let's return to your testimony. Yes, sir. How did you wind up all the way over here? I was in the middle of a sea of kids, sir. But one of the kids decided to challenge me to a fight, sir. I had to run away from the child's painful drop kicks, and before I knew it... Haha, the gula drop kick. I dished out my fair share of those when I was a kid. It was always the best when you felt one really connect with your opponent. In any case, you wound up here for a reason completely unrelated to the investigation. Sir, that's right, sir. That's not something you should be admitting to with your head held high, officer. It sounds like he simply forgot about his real job and became the Blue Badger. However, there is one flaw in Officer Mickens' story, but I have the feeling that he'll need some prodding before he'll spill the beans. I wonder.
Hold it!
This is the only one I didn't press. Alright then, where were you assigned to? I was assigned to the main gate, sir. You must mean the area with the breach and the outrageous fountain. Okay, then why are you here in the Wild Wild West area? That's because... it's because of a very deep reason, ma'am. Okay. Okay, but... the thing is, the Badgermobile that is here is definitely not the one that, you know, we should be talking about, because it's clearly, like... there is one Badgermobile that is gone, basically. And like, that's the one that matters. I guess I don't know if it counts for the Badgermobile that is in the garage right now, or just a conceptual Badgermobile. That's my issue, but that, like, this is the only thing that I can present, because, like, it's the thing that definitely was used to move the body, but at the same time, it's clearly not the one that was used to move the body, because there are the marks that would indicate that a Badgermobile entered a while ago.
Objection!
Officer Mickens, I would appreciate it if you didn't tell such transparent lies. Sir? I'm lying, sir? Yes, you are. If you were really out there selling dreams with the Blue Badgermobile until recently, then what is it doing inside the garage? Oh, I guess that's even simpler logic. Actually, I just lost track, sir. Lost track of what? By the time I realized it, the Blue Badgermobile was nowhere to be found, sir. Which would mean it was perhaps stolen? And that's when I came back to this area thinking maybe it was in the garage, sir. But that's when you found me, Mr. Edward, sir. A likely story. Who do you think is going to buy such a convenient tale as that? And what exactly is so convenient about this story? The car getting stolen is completely unbelievable even for a cover story. But I think we can assume the car was used, alright? To move the dead body. What? That almost sounded like a toad scream. I was never good at Toad voices. Hey. Ew. Yeah, no, I'm not good at it. You kill the victim at some distant location, Officer Mickens, and then you use the Blue Badger mobile to transport it all the way here. Duh. Now then, you're coming with me. It wasn't me! There's a killer, sir! It wasn't me, sir! Agent Lang, wait! What do you want now? We still don't know where the real scene of the crime is. You can't say we know all the facts of this case, let alone the truth! I told you, trust much I couldn't care less. Asshole. Our job is to catch the crook. You'll find out your precious truth after we arrest this guy and take him in. That's the job of you prosecutors in your fancy course with your logic. Fuck logic, all of my homies don't use logic. As for us, we don't have that kind of time to waste. You boorish buffoon! I think you need to leave. What? We need to get the body to autopsy, and you guys are getting in the way. You would interfere with another one of my investigations. Hey now, let's not forget who holds the actual authority to conduct investigations here. I'm afraid the one doing the interrupting is you, my ignorant little pretty boy. He called out with a pinky boy. Which is, like, I guess true. I guess he's a pretty boy in context. Sorry, I need to hydrate. Now be a good fancy boy and get out of my sight. If you don't, I'll arrest you for obstruction of justice. Lang, that's not how you flirt with a man. Like, Edward isn't gonna pay attention to you because he already has a boyfriend. Like, it's not gonna work out. But telling a guy that you're going to arrest him after calling him a fancy boy and a pretty boy is not gonna get you laid, okay? Like, he's not gonna pay attention to you, okay? He's just gonna think that you're a douchebag and an asshole and your hairstyle is silly. Which is funny considering, but still. But that happened. March 13, 1:22 p.m. Gatewaiter Land Main Gate. She's out like a pair of pistons. Mr. Edward, stop doing those weird noises, it's creepy. Sorry, that's just what happens. Yes, Kai? There's something even thieves should never steal. Do you know what that is? You really shouldn't steal anything, however, I'll bite. Why shouldn't a thief steal? A life is too heavy of a burden on your souls to get away with, ever. That's something we can agree on. Well said, Kai. No matter what we may try, murder is the one crime that can never truly be hidden. I think it's the one crime that you can never, like, atone for completely. Rather than cannot be hidden. You can hide a murder if you're very good at it. That's why there's cold cases. But emotionally, spiritually, like, it's the one thing that you cannot make up for. You cannot apologize to a dead person. And I intend to prove that by my own hands when I apprehend the murderer myself. Alright, and I'm going to work extra hard to be a good assistant. Let's go! I still never said she could be my assistant. I'm just going to drop the issue. The first thing we should do is locate the real scene of the murder. Mr. Edward! Detective Gumshoe. Mr. Edward, the stadium! Hurry, sir! This is supposed to be hush-hush, but they found a witness at the stadium. A witness? You, what did I tell you about leaving your assigned post? Ah, the jig is up. Mr. Edward, remember that I'm always rooting for you, so go get him, sir. Those detectives sure look like they're enjoying themselves. It's not all fun and games, Kay. Now then, let's head to the stadium and meet this witness. Wait, but I wanted to check the... It's like a little thing if you actually check like the bridge. And I wanted to check the bridge, and I didn't get to explore the bridge yet, but I wanted to explore the thing because there's something there. I didn't even read that shit. God damn it. I thought there was a witness here. Yeah, I don't see anyone. Mr. Edward! Long time no see. You look old? Emma, you look old. Okay, this is weird because, like, my memory of playing Investigations 1 was that Emma didn't look all that different from her end of Ace Attorney 1 sprite. Like, she very much still looked kind of like she did at the like in that final case in the original trilogy. And she definitely does not look like she does in Apollo Justice, where she's clearly an old woman, like a woman in her 20s. But she does look older than I remember her looking in the original Ace Attorney. Like, even her sprite looks very different from Edward, so I'm wondering if they redrew her. Or if I'm imagining things. Long time no see. You are Miss Emma Sky, correct? This girl is the younger sister of my former superior, Lana Sky. We don't talk about what happened to Lana. 2 years ago, we stood in the same courtroom together as witness and prosecutor. But I thought she had gone to Europe to study forensics. I can't believe you remember me, Mr. Edward. Of course I do. How have you been? You look to be in good spirits. Are you still studying abroad? You bet. More than anything, I want to investigate crime scenes scientifically. I've been studying non-stop every day to become a top-notch forensic scientist. And I'm gonna be so good by the time I actually get a job in this goddamn country. And then I'm gonna get disillusioned by the entire thing because... honestly, police work fucking sucks. And the police are all bastards. God, she's so fucked up by the time we get to Apologize. Apologize really is like the game where, like, all of the returning characters who do return are all fucked up in some way. But it's spring break now, so I thought I'd come back for a bit. I see. Oh, hey. I assume this is another Badger mobile. Yeah, but it's a different color than the Blue Badger's car. Yes, this is the Retina Searing Pink model. Really? I can't get... oh, cut them. Anything else that I can investigate around here? No? Okay. Yeah, nothing else that I can investigate. God damn it! I almost didn't recognize you. You've really grown in these past few years. Please don't tease me, Mr. Edward. I know I still have a long way to go. But I'm going to be a super forensic scientist someday. You'll see. Except not really, because in the one game that I'm actually consistently there, you're not there because you're in Europe. You seem to know Mr. Edward really well. Are you two acquaintances? I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Emma Sky. Nice to meet you. I'm studying abroad now to be a forensic scientist. How about you? Wow, that's a great dream. My name's Sky Faraday. And I'm training to become an unstoppable great thief. I can't talk or read. A great thief? Don't think too hard on it, Emma. It's not worth the trouble. We'll be here a week. In any case, we have much to catch up on. You bet we do! So why are you here, Emma? Well, I just happened to decide to come back home for spring break. And then I heard you'd come back too, so I raced on over here. I really wanted to welcome you back at the airport, but I had just missed you. And how exactly did you know I was here? Through the power of science, naturally. Never underestimate what science can do for you. I use these to track your footprints, and I follow them straight to you. This study's the greatest. It's so wonderfully scientific. You spray this chemical on the ground, and when you shine the special light on it, sting, the footprints light up like an electrified noble gas in a glass tube. It's almost like magic, scientifically speaking. Forensic science has never seemed more ominous to me than at this very moment. Emma, please promise me that you're not gonna throw weird chemicals inside of my house. I do not want to see what you can fight with Numino there. For the love of God. Emma, I'd like to ask you about what you witnessed. If you are the witness. Huh? What are you talking about? Are you not the witness Detective Gumshoe told us about? Well, I did get a call from Detective Gumshoe earlier. He was practically yelling at me. Mr. Edward needs your scientific doohickeys right now, pal, he said. What was that man thinking? Or rather, not thinking? So let me guess, there's been a murder, right? Emma, you've been in this game before. There are 3 types of people in an Ace Attorney game. The people who get murdered, the people who are guilty of the murder, and the people who get accused of the murder who are not the murderers. What about the lawyers, though? Those are counted in those 3 categories too. Oh. Yes, unfortunately. There's a sudden glint in her eyes. But I need to keep my mind focused on the witness. Now where did that person go? What's that off in the distance? What about witnesses? Those are also part of those 3 categories. Like half of the witnesses get accused of murder as well, and or a different crime. Oh hey, it's a pink badger. Badger, get! Badger. What does she see in these silly things? Well, Edward, what do you see on the Steel Samurai? Don't be rude, okay? Edward's honest reaction to this? I think this badger has something to say to you, Mr. Edward. Are you, by any chance, the witness I've been searching for? Sorry, but I don't speak badger dance. I can't take being inside the stupid head anymore. Here? No, why here? Why here? Why now? I first met this woman 3 years ago. She was a witness in one of my cases. She has since gone out of her way to pop up unexpectedly and cause me great grief. Ejipoo! It's like if Majima from the Yakuza series was an old woman. And also bad. Why couldn't you understand what I was trying to tell you? I mean, really. I was trying so hard to keep the kids' dreams alive by staying in character. But you couldn't pick up on what I was trying to convey to you. I'm sick and tired of that roundabout way of talking, so I'm just going to be just direct. I had a bad feeling before, but this just made it official. Today has gone from beyond the typical not my day into the realm of waking nightmare. So, you're a friend of Mr. Edward too, Miss Pink Badger? You could say that, but right now I'm just a Pink Badger theory. It may look the part, but I know better than to trust my eyes around this woman. My name's Wendy Olbert, but you can call me Wendy or Granny or whatever suits your fancy. Nice to meet you, Miss Olbach. I'm Kay Faraday. What do I care about a young whippersnapper like you? Sheesh, I was just trying to be polite. God damn it. Weren't you a security guard at one of the Gatewater hotels the last time we met? Yeah, I go where I'm needed. I'm very good at what I do, unlike the youth of today. I get called in all the time to fill in when they are in our hands. Now about me, Edgy Poo. I'm thoroughly dejected right now. I finally get the chance to see you again, and here you are, talking with two young girls. Men are all the same, it doesn't matter what— oh, god damn it, she started. She's doing this shit again. You seem to attract all sort of interesting people, Mr. Edward. I wish I didn't. Okay, please, I'm begging you, by all means, do not provoke her for any further. Aren't you forgetting about something, Mr. Edward? This person could be the witness. Honestly, I hope she isn't, but I don't think fate is going to be so kind today. Edward, when has fate ever been kind to you? Like, think once that he's been kind to you. I saw what happened. I even saw the exact moment it happened. How's that? So it's true, she is the witness. I don't suppose I can afford to ignore the old bag. Yes, it was just a little while ago. I saw it happen right in front of me. The moment of the murder. You mean to say you witnessed someone being killed right before your eyes? Sounds like a pretty important piece of testimony to me. I came to this area to take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you. Looks like we hit the jackpot, huh, Mr. Edward? Yes, I can't afford to ignore what she has to say. Sadly, unfortunately, against my better judgment. Why does this happen to me? What did I do to deserve this? Is it because I lied about killing myself to my boyfriend? Was that what it was? God, I don't deserve this. Was that unfortunately you targeted on the end it's supposed to mean, Edgy Poo? Well, anyway, let's see what we can find out from this little old lady.
Hold it!
You mean you took a break from being the pink badger? You may not think it, but it's hard work keeping the kids' dreams alive. You smell of sweat, your hip creaks with pain, you even begin to dream about work. That's the kind of story that would scar a child for life, you know. Well, that's why I chose to come take my break here, whippersnapper. I don't plan on paying the part of the dead badger in front of a bunch of kids. So, what did you see while you were the pink badger were resting? Ah, yes, that, well.
Hold it!
You saw two men. Can you describe them for me? They look like your average Joes, completely uninteresting and not worth fighting over. I'm telling you, they were so boring that I don't even remember much beyond that. But did they have any special features? Anything you could recall would be very helpful. Oh my, don't tell me you're jealous of those two men. Hey, she's right. You do seem pretty worked up over them, Mr. Edward. I'm not worked up over anyone and I'm not jealous. It's alright, Edgy Poo. Those two were just false compared to a stallion like you. I thought so little of them that I lost interest in the instant I laid eyes on them. Why is she like this? There's something horrifying about the fact that she called Edward a stallion. It's just, okay, sure, whatever you say, old bag.
Hold it!
You're claiming to have seen the exact moment in which the murder took place. Absolutely. The gun made a terrible racket when it was fired. You didn't try to go get help? To go help the person that got shot? I'm only one person, you smart lucky brat. What could have I done? but I took off as soon as I could to find someone who could help. 2 men, 1 bullet. It's all consistent with what we found out from the body. Sadly, there wasn't exactly a lot of new information to go on in your testimony. Well, if I saw the guy again, I'm sure I could identify him for you. I mean, how do you expect me to remember anything without something to jog my memory? Self-centered, aren't we? Well, it was somewhat useful. Her testimony also presents us with a new problem. Mr. Edward! Yes? So, about this new problem. What is that giant grin on your face for? Do you want me to show you something really nice? No, thank you. Don't be so mean! I swear it's something you're going to like. What is that gadget you're holding? What you see before you is the secret weapon of a great thief. A good quality cell phone. I should have known it would be worthless. Don't be like that. Teehee. Oh. What do you think now? What is it doing? It's projecting something into the air. Something that not even phones can do. Well, to be fair, I guess you have like 3D projecting, but it's not really projecting, like it projects in on the screen itself. So it's not really projecting outside of it. We don't have holograms is what I mean. I'm going to input the necessary information to run the simulation now. Once I'm done, I'll increase the size of the projection to its maximum size. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares to take wing. One alone remains unseen. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. What is this? This is a recreation of the murder based on the info and put it into Little Thief. Little Thief? I dare say I think you're taking the Robin Hood thing a bit too far. Little Thief is actually meant to be a simulator for me to plan my thefts. But I suppose if I use it like this... Let's see, Miss Olbach said that the 2 men were facing each other. The gunshot ran out and the victim fell to the ground. See, the issue with this is that if the exit wound... Like, here's the thing. For the exit wound to be on the shoulder when your shot is on the stomach, it needs to be angled. Like, the bullet is not gonna, like, veer upwards magically. It's more likely to veer downwards, depending on where you're shooting from. So it would make more sense for the killer to be on the ground when the shot was fired. Like, that's the thing about this situation. So with this, we can extract the crime scene as it was in the past. See? So what do you think? I have to say, I'm impressed with the technology thieves have access to these days. Well, it is a super secret weapon of the mighty Yatagarasu. Indeed. Oh, but if there isn't enough information, or if something is out of place, the recreation could come out a little strange. In other words, I can use this to authenticate the validity of a witness's testimony. You got it. You really got on quick, Mr. Edward. Right now, the simulation is a recreation of that witness's testimony. So for now, I should re-examine everything. And if I find anything illogical or strange, I can then ask for clarification. Feel free to examine anything in the simulation in the way you always do. You can even present evidence when you find a contradiction. And if you find something, I got Little Thief with me, so you just let me know, okay? I'm just passing through the corpse. According to this testimony, the victim fell to the ground here. That's right, but if that's the case, then we've already found our first contradiction. Huh? What? Where? If this is the real scene of the crime, there's something missing that should be here. Which piece of evidence shows the missing item? Well, I guess marks of the Blue Badger mobile would make the thing that would be the thing that makes the most sense. Like it would leave marks.
Take that!
No? Maybe you're still adjusting to the simulation? Yes, that's it. Allow me to find my very 100% contradiction again. Maybe I need to review the evidence again. It should go without saying that the truth lies in what is missing from this scene. The trees of evidence show the missing item. It's not a profile because it's weird that the games have allowed me to present profiles before, and Investigations 1 does not let you do that. Like, profiles are not an available option to present. Then it has to be the murder notes, I think. This is a contradiction. Is something wrong with my recreation? If this is the real scene of the crime, something specific should be here. If you think back, how did we deduce that the other crime scene was not the real one? Oh, I get what's missing now. There's no blood on the ground here either, right? Right, the fact that there is no blood here casts doubt on the witness's testimony. Hey, how can you I can't read. How can you doubt me like that? Are you calling me a liar? I know what I saw. I saw the victim get shot down. You know, I don't think she's lying, Mr. Edward. To be honest, I can't think of a reason why she would lie to me. To Phoenix, yes. To the police, yes. To most people, yes. Not to me, though. In that case, maybe there is another explanation for the distinct lack of blood. Why is there no blood? Why is there no blood around the victim's prone body? It's a silhouette of the killer with his gun at the ready. Okay, is it not possible to recreate the face of the killer? Well, I can't exactly input what we don't know into Little Thief. Yeah, she has a point. It looks like they broke the stage down. Stage was packed up. I guess this means they're done for the day. Or maybe it's because a different show is scheduled to start its run tomorrow. Is there anything else? Doesn't seem like it. Okay. I mean, if he was in a costume, the blood the costume probably absorbed the blood. So, is it not possible that the victim was wearing a costume? So you really think that Mr. Deacon was one of the kidnappers? I think we can reasonably assume that there is a very good chance that he was. And that if he was shot while he was inside of one of those stolen costumes, then Mr. Deacon's blood would be inside the costume instead of on the ground. Precisely. Now, if only we could prove that the victim was wearing a costume. You think it'd be pretty easy if we could find some footprints? But the problem is finding them, since there doesn't seem to be any around. Footprints, huh? I wonder how we can go about finding some of those. It's not like my dear acquaintance who might or might not have a crush on me also, because women like me for some god awful reason. Doesn't have like a luminal wheel thing. Well, it's not luminal, but like a weird thing to find footprints. This is amazing! Just feel the power of science! Emma, about the method you were talking about for finding footprints? Ah, finally my expert knowledge in forensics is needed. Yes, well, can you detect and trace even partial footprints? Leave it to me! My cutting-edge detection kit can find anything. Very well, if you could please analyze the footprints in this area. Women are drawn to yaoi men. I guess? It's just like every single... Like, Edward gets so many women. The inner Fujo? Maybe? I don't know, Olbak doesn't give me Fujo vibes. She gives me heavy Yume vibes. Olbak is definitely one of those Yumes that starts fights with other Yumes and blocks everyone who Yumes themselves with the same character. Like they're just built like that. I just find it funny that Edward is like surrounded by women who may or may not be attracted to him for the most part, and he's just like, yeah, I don't care. Where's my boyfriend? I miss my boyfriend. He says that he misses his boyfriend immediately before leaving the country and not seeing his boyfriend for months on purpose. God, Edward, you're such a fucking idiot. Okay, stand back now and witness the power of science at work. Hey, I found something. Look, right here. I don't see anything. Oh, that's right. Here, put these special glasses on, Mr. Edward. These footprints here were definitely left by a badger. Judging by the way the prints are layered, those seem to be the newest. Then we can conclude that the victim was definitely wearing a costume at the time. Okay, in that case, I'll update Little Thief simulation parameters. Can't wait to see what we find out from this new info. Well, so the victim was wearing a costume when he died. And with that, we should be one step closer to the truth, right? I see the recreation has changed in accordance with the new information. We may be closer, but now something else has caught my attention. What do you want? Your testimony, naturally. I'd like to hear it one more time, if you please. I came to the stadium to take a short break. As I was racing, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you. I told you this already. So, does this mean that Miss Olbak's testimony has a contradiction in it? Yes, and I believe our best course of action is to compare it with your recreation. See, I just knew Little Thief would be of help. Now let's see if we can pull more info from Miss Olbak to put it into the recreation. For that, we must first find a contradiction in her testimony. Okay, I think that I have to press her... Force her to talk about not recognizing the man or like finding them like normal considering one is in costume.
Hold it!
You saw two men, can you describe them for me? They look like your average Joes, completely uninteresting and not worth fawning over. I'm telling you, they were so boring that I don't even remember much beyond that. But did they have any special features? Anything you can recall would be very helpful. Oh my, don't tell me you're jealous of those two men. Hey, she's right. You do seem pretty worked up over there, Mr. Edward. Again. I'm not worked up over anyone, and I'm not jealous. I have my Kitter's voice again. It's alright, Apey Poo. Those two were just fools compared to a stallion like you. I still hate that she calls him that. I thought so little of them that I lost interest the instant I laid my eyes on them. Okay, but like, the main issue here...
Objection!
Like, how could you not notice a costume, bitch? Two men. How do you know the gender of the two people involved? Seeing as how the victim was wearing a costume at the time. Furthermore, I have another matter I'd like to inquire about. I'd very much like to know why you failed to mention the costume in your testimony. I am beginning to doubt if you really witnessed the murder at all. But I'm telling you, I really did see it. My throat is gonna die. But it's gonna be worth it. I saw it with my very own eyes. From a city in the second tier. The second tier? Hey, didn't you say you saw it right in front of you earlier? That was, you know, I was using the phrase in the metaphorical sense. I see your witness still has a screw loose in the metaphorical sense. Because she's in the second tier reserved for hotshot VIPs. Which is exactly why I will there now and again to take a nap. I can't see how you could have gotten a good look from there. It's so high up. Were you able to even see the victim's costume from away up there? Well, I know I saw two people. But I couldn't really see what they would look like because they were in the stage's shadow. The hedgehog? My eyesight isn't what it used to be, you know? Not like when I was young. Let's return to our investigation, shall we, Kai? You got it! This new silhouette of the victim is in a costume. The silhouettes can change depending on the information I input. But Little Thief can recreate more than just people. So investigate away. We may even find more info with which to make a more accurate sim. Alright, sounds like a plan. Okay. This is amazing. Just feel the power of science. I can make her do a footprint analysis again? Thanks to you, I'm able to proceed with my investigation once again. Thank you. It was nothing. I'm just glad that science and I could be of service. Pretty amazing how we could see the footprints. So, what's the secret behind that thing? You want to know? Here, you can read the manual. Aha, very interesting. So if I do this, I can avoid leaving footprints. She can't seriously be trying to use information to her advantage as a thief. Wait. She definitely is. If that woman's testimony is to be believed, the murder occurred before the stage was broken down. Do you want me to input that bit of info into Little Thief? Yes, if you please. Okay! There is clearly a contradiction here. Please stop stealing my lines. Oh, come on. It wasn't that hard to see it coming, even for a layman like me. I suppose. In any case, it's not possible for the killer to have stood here in that way. Because there was a very real stage set up in this spot at that time. Unless we have it backwards and the gunshot entry is not the stomach, is the shoulder, the killer is on the stage, it shoots down, and then the wound exit happens to be the stomach. Now that makes perfect sense. Also, hi, the Gaviners. Geez, I told you I got it. Do you feel the need to explain everything? Yes. Yes, well, in my case, we still need to resolve this unusual situation. Isn't it obvious the killer was on top of the stage, naturally? Right, Miss Oldbag? Yes, I remember now. The killer was standing on top of the stage. See, now let me update the info in the simulation. Well then. Well, well, what have we here? A bunch of hooligans running amok, I see. Agent Lang, how nice of you to join us. Well, I can't have you around messing up with my crime scenes. Agent Lang, we've discovered that the real scene of the murder is here, the stadium. I see. Thanks. For what? I'm just trying to show you my appreciation for all the time you saved me. Agent Lang, if this is your attempt at flirting, is very bad. I knew that such a strange little toy could recreate a crime scene like that. Little Thief is not a toy. You two. There. And there you have it. You see, big boys like me don't need silly toys, girl. Ah. Now this is a recreation. So what? Do you still intend to assert that Officer Mickens is the killer? Of course. Even knowing that the crime took place here doesn't let him off the hook. Motherfucker. This is the real scene of the crime. Officer Mickens lay in wait for the victim on top of the stage. And when the victim finally showed, he shot him from on high. That's the truth your little recreation showed. Okay, but Mickens wasn't the one in... God damn it. How far will you go to accuse your Officer Mickens of the crime? He's the most likely suspect we got, especially given the situation with his gun. Well, even if he is a killer, at least my recreation was on the mark. You see? Thank you for understanding, my little crow girl. I'm not the common crow. I'm the Yatagarasu, the Raven of Legend. Unfortunately, your conclusion has yet to be tested, so let's see how well it holds up. Uh-huh. Yeah, but like, it's the victim who was in the costume. Like...
Objection!
Wait, no, that's not it? Agent Lang, about this piece of evidence. Lang, she says, confidence is like a soul, and words without confidence are but empty shells. You shouldn't waste your breath on words you have no confidence in, Mr. Prosecutor. Although it's just as bad to say something in full confidence and be wrong. Douchebag. Are you going to let him lecture you about your self-confidence like that? I don't need to be overflowing with self-confidence, I just need to think rationally. After all, I only need to be confident in the facts. Okay. Then let's press him first, just in case. Lying in wait? How did Officer Mickens even know the victim was going to come here? Simple. He was investigating the kidnappers, right? And while he was doing so, he came to understand the victim, Mr. Deacon's movements. Ah, and why would the good officer want to ambush and kill a kidnapper? You mean his motive? Who knows and who cares? You can find that out for yourself when you talk to him in jail. You have no respect for the order of law. Don't get me wrong, but I need more than there's no motive to convince me otherwise. He's right. The lack of a motive is a rather weak argument by itself. So the officer lay in wait on top of the stage. And when the victim finally showed, he shot him on high. Okay. So you agree with how our recreation turned out? Like I said, I'm grateful that you were able to save me some time. Alright, but we still don't know why he chose to wait on top of the stage. Who cares? Maybe he wanted to become the Blue Badger. Who's to say he didn't see the stage and decided to put on a Badger show, on a Badger stage show of his own? Or maybe there's a completely different reason. What does it matter? It still doesn't change the fact that Officer Mickens stood up on the stage and shot the victim on the ground below. Like it still has to be the victim's costume. Like, what else could it be? Well, it's either that or the murder notes. Oh, right, the murder notes.
Objection!
Like, I mean, I'm reading the possibility of him being shot on the shoulder and then, like, the stomach being the exit wound, but there's no reason to believe that. I'm terribly sorry, Agent Lang. I should have warned you that our recreation is incomplete. You cut in quite unexpectedly, after all. What's that supposed to mean? You said that the victim was shot by the killer from above, correct? I hate to break it to you, but that's not possible. How? Why not? Recall Mr. Deacon's body specifically where the gunshot wounds were located. Actually, I didn't get that good of a look. Oh, well then. The bullet entered Mr. Deacon in his abdominal region and exited his right shoulder. This is more consistent with an angle shot from beneath the victim. Yeah. Then, yes, our recreation had the victim being shot at an angle from above. A clear contradiction. You're discounting your own conclusions? No, this one point is the only flaw. This was the mistake parameter in our recreation. The stage's location, the killer and victim's locations. Yes, the location of the killer and the victim were wrong. Ah, I get it. I see what you're trying to say. I believe the killer and the victim were standing opposite to what we initially thought. It was the victim who was on top of the stage as he was being shot by the killer. If this is what happened, it also explained the positioning of the gunshot wounds. But then, what about the footprints? Since footprints don't lie, we can assume then that the killer also wore a costume. Okay, I'll try using that data instead. Badger on badger violence. Judging by the fact that both the killer and the victim were wearing costumes, I'd say it was a killing between the two kidnappers. That would be the most natural conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Agent Lang? Oh, well done, Mr. Prosecutor. But that alone doesn't clear Officer Mickens of the crime. God fucking damn it, Lang. Asa, you take another good look at the tire marks over there. The 3 marks are indicative of the Blue Badger mobile. That story Officer Mickens told about that shop on wheels getting stolen was just a lie. He drove the Blue Badgermobile here and committed the murder. Then he used the car to move the body to the garage in the Wild Wild West area. There's another mobile here, you idiot. Like, there's a pink one right there. You believe he moved the body with the car? That's right, it was Officer Mickens himself who pointed us to the way he did it. The three-tiered thread marks are very telling, however. Is the Blue Badgermobile the only thing capable of creating such a pattern? Really not. Uh-huh. Do I have, like...
Hold it!
3 tire marks. I have to agree that the Blue Badgermobile has 3 tires. Of course, the only thing in this park that could make these marks is that Robin's shop.
Objection!
Are you forgetting that there are in fact 3 of them? You can't simply ignore the pink and the Proto Badgermobiles, Agent Lang, and the Bad Badgermobile, which probably also exists.
Not so fast!
Of course, I didn't say it couldn't be either of the other 2, but I see no reason to drag them into this just to complicate things.
Hold it!
Of course, you have some sort of proof that it was all a lie, correct? Of course not. Well, that was blunt. But suppose it is a lie, it would explain a lot of things, like his movements and his whereabouts.
Hold it!
So you still claim that the tire marks belong to the Blue Badgermobile. It must have arrived on the scene after the ground had become wet with rain. Officer Mickens committed the murder. Then he used the car to move the body to garage. Okay.
Hold it!
Besides the Blue Badgermobile, there are other ways the body could have been
Not
moved.
so fast!
Recall what the Wild Wild West area looked like. Only the Blue Badgermobile and Mr. Deacon's body were in the garage. I'd say that's proof. I suppose if one were to look at that place, that would be the only logical conclusion. However, my experience tells me that the truth is usually not so easily found. Is there some sort of problem with Agent Lang's statement with regard to that scene? Looks like the only thing that car was selling was dreams, was death, not dreams. Only if what Agent Langs believes turns out to be true. 3 tire marks are very telling, however. Is a Blue Badgermobile? Yeah, okay. Like, the thing is that he's technically resting on the space for the pink Badgermobile.
Objection!
So... Sorry, Agent Lang, but that's an impossible tale. And why is that? Those tire marks could not have been left by Officer Mickey's Blue Badgermobile. One look at the car would have told you so. But first, the Blue Badgermobile has never been to this stadium. Well, the markings, technically, like, it's a very specific kind of, like, mark that the wheels have.
Take that!
Take a good look at the tires. There's not a single dollop of mud to be found on it. Also, that is very clean. Like, you wouldn't notice if it was dirty, but also... most tires have specific designs. Like, you can assume. Well, they could have bought those tires in bulk, but still. If this car had come to the backstage area and left those tire tracks, then the lack of mud on these tires stands out as very peculiar indeed, especially because it was raining, like it was all mud. Then how do you explain the tire tracks, genius? Hey, I got it. What about Miss Oldbank's big Badgermobile? Don't be ridiculous. I was sleeping the entire time in the second tier seats. Indeed, I believe we can roll her out as someone related to the crime. However, there is yet one more robbing store, as I recall. Oh, you mean the Proto Badger? That's right. There was one more parking space inside that garage. There should be a bad Badgermobile, just saying. And it proves the existence of a Proto Badgermobile. Agent Lang, I suggest you find this Proto Badgermobile post-haste. There must be some sort of incriminating evidence in it. Hey, did you hear something? Oh, me. Are you alright? Well, this is something. Looks like we found our kidnapping victim. Where were you all this time? West with kidnappers. He was in the room next to the one I was held in? Ran away. You said underground. I got lost. The kidnappers. Huh? What is it? I can't understand what you're trying to say. The kidnappers escaped. Wearing costumes. Do you see the faces of your kidnappers? No. I didn't see their faces. But two. One was a woman. A woman? What an important piece of testimony. Hey, what are you guys doing? Stop standing there and get your cups on this already. I'll even let you guys have what the kid said just now. Consider it a gift. You know, Lang, if you wanna make me a gift, get sunglasses that don't look stupid, okay? Stop wearing stupid sunglasses. I'm begging you this. Now, you're going to get out of my crime scene, or am I going to have to get rough? Again? You're nothing but a big bully. Come on, Mr. Edward, let's go. No, not you. You're a very important witness for my case. I'm not about to let you get away that easily. Don't count on me to testify because I won't. Not for you. That's right. I won't either. You hear me, you young whippersnapper? Hey, calm down. There's no need for all that hostility. I just want to take a statement from each of you. I'm not going to rough either of you up. I give you my word. Come on, fair maidens. What do you say? Will you cooperate? Fair maidens? My, you little rascal. You should know the way into a woman's heart. Lang Shi says, the passage of time is but a fleeting moment, and a lady is young forever. Trying to outdo my edgy poo with your fancy schmancy sayings. What a bitch. All women are queens, Edward. Let's get this over with, so we're clear. I'm only interested in giving you my statement. Sure, just as soon as Mr. Prosecutor leaves us be. Mr. Edward. I'm leaving. I'm not dealing with this shit. Edward literally, God, that old bag is a witch. That old bag is a bitch. Phoenix 2 seconds later. All women are queens, Edward. They are, but also. March 13, 2:34 p.m. Wild West area. Looks like we got the boot together. With land safe, the focus of the investigation will shift solely onto the murder. You mean the infighting between the kidnappers? Yes, and also the identity of the remaining kidnapper. Miles, my boy! Tell me it's true. Tell me that you really found my boy. Yes, Mr. Amano, we found him earlier in the stadium. Then, my little Lance is unhurt. He's not exactly the picture of perfect health, but his life is not in danger. He's being questioned right now by Agent Lang. Poor Lance, it must have been so horrible for him. Looked up like a... Stop. Miles, my boy, I can't thank you enough. It was nothing. I'm still in shock over what happened to Oliver, but I have to say I'm relieved that Lance is alright. Oh, that's right. I mustn't forget to pass this on to Lance as soon as the police are finished with him. Letter? The way Lance is being chased after by women reminds me of someone I know. I almost can't believe he received yet another love letter, you know? Here, take a look for yourself. Isn't this a breach of confidentiality? My dear Lance Amano, may I come see you again? Your beloved Viola. Tender Lendon Loan Company. It's nice to know that Viola is living her best life. Love that little bitch. It's a very simple love letter. Hey, let me see. That's really weird. It's from a loan company, Tender Lender. Looks more like a collection bill to me. Oh, that looks to be something with quite a bit of value. But then all things have some value attached to them. And by probing deep into the unknown, can we become the true winners in this world, mates? Thanks, but knowledge isn't what's going to make me a winner here, it's information. Then I wonder if he knows a Colin Devoret. This was found on the body of your butler? Oliver. But what strikes me as odd is the name engraved on the back, Colin Devoret. Oh, Colin Livorea? Veldor Dalane? He's so sad, he's got it all mixed up in his mind. I understand, but that last one wasn't even close. Okay, you. He loves me not, he loves me not. That's the 12th one. No, you can't give up, Laura. Just one more try. Excuse me, but I can't help but feel a bit sorry for all the flowers you've gone through. I suppose if there were me, then... I believe you said that you are Lance's girlfriend when we first met, correct? Yes, I am, but it's not like we both think of each other as lovers. But he did give me this ring, so I guess we're not just friends either. I mean, because this isn't just any ordinary ring. It tastes so sweet when you lick it. It's so wonderful. I have to respect a man who proposes to a woman with a candy ring. Like, yeah, it might be a joke. But I think it's cute. You mean to tell me that he gave you a lollipop ring? So, which is it? Have you guys not decided if you're going out, or is it just one-sided? Decided? Shouldn't the parties involved naturally just know? That says a lot about Edward. It's like, shouldn't the two people involved know that they're dating? Edward also. I'm not gonna tell Phoenix that we're dating because he will notice when we're dating. Like, this is literally how Edward deals with his relationships. It's just like, I'm not gonna tell them that I care and that I'm dating them. They're just gonna figure it out that we're dating. Eventually. My father used to work for Mr. Amano, and so Lance and I grew up together. I said it out loud. I don't see how that's anything to be embarrassed about. So your father was an employee of the Amano Group? What did he do? I heard his job was to fly around the world. On Pegasus. Pegasus? Oh, Pegasus was the name of the airplane. The airplane belonged to the company. You had me there for a second. But now, it's all changed. My father, he isn't around anymore. Oh, I see. About 10 years ago, he rode in Pegasus off to somewhere and never returned. Riding Pegasus to whereabouts unknown. Sounds like the stuff legends are made of. It's been so long. I don't think I'd recognize him if we were to ever meet again. I'm so sorry, Lauren. But I won't give in to the sadness. I have to leave. Yes, Lauren, leave. About this incident. Incident? Isn't the kidnapping already over and dealt with? I've been here the whole time, so I'm afraid I don't know much about any other incident. How did you come to know that Lance had been kidnapped? Oh, that's because of my woman's intuition. You base everything on that? I know everything when it comes to my Lance. It's really strange. It must be destiny. She started fantasizing again. So what are you going to do now, Miss Edward? We already established that there's a good chance that the killer is the other kidnapper. It's my duty to figure out who this other person is. I believe there is one location that might hold a clue or two. The obvious location is a kidnapper's hideout. But we're still not allowed in, remember? Agent Lang and his men should be done with this area. In that case, there is no harm in asking that officer over there to let us in. Okay, but let me see if I can leave the area, because I want to see the, I want to see... There they are! They say that couples who cross this bridge together will find happiness. Why did I say that in Kai's voice when it's clearly Edward? Also the Gatewater Land pamphlet says. But you'd think that they'd already be happy because they were able to come together. Logistics aside, I wonder who came out with this tale and when. This bridge doesn't look old enough to be the stuff of legends. Well, some things are better left uninvestigated, don't you think? Ignorance is bliss! Hi, Phoenix. Hi, Pearl. Hi, Maya. I'll see you later when I do some fucked up shit. It's nice seeing him. He's living his best life, which is not gonna last long. Well, I'm gonna correct myself. Phoenix living his best life is gonna last as long as the two investigation games last, because immediately after is Apollo Justice, and he's not living his best life then. What do you have to report? Sir, nothing unusual or out of the ordinary, sir. Where have I heard such redundancy before? Is it possible for you to let us take a look around inside? Sir, Roger, sir. That was surprisingly hassle-free. Are you certain? Didn't Agent Lang order you not to allow me in? Sir, that's true, sir, but Detective Gumshoe asked me personally to let you in, sir. And I couldn't refuse the request from him. Wow, looks like your Detective Gumshoe has a following. Furthermore, I was asked to give this document to you, sir. What is this? The man in this picture, isn't this Mr. Oliver Deacon? So the name says Colin Deveray. That's the name of the one on the back of the pendant. It appears that Colin Deveray was his real name. Ooh, what's this? He was convicted in a case 10 years ago and sent to prison. What? Then what was he doing here? Apparently he broke out of jail. And then just vanished. He must have become Oliver Deacon to cover up the fact that he was an escaped felon. Now I'm not sure what's going on anymore. Is there some sort of link between the victim's past and his current case? His police documents are rather detailed. I should take the time to give them a thorough read eventually. It's fine, let's focus on one thing at a time, starting with the kidnapper's hideout. Yeah, I agree. We should investigate first, think later. More than thinking things through, I think you should try remembering things first. Now then, if you could please unlock the door, officer. It was locked up until a while ago, but since then the door's been wide open, sir. I'm not sure I follow what it is you're saying. Can you explain in a bit more detail? Sir, the door was locked down tight when they went to check out the room. So they got about 10 officers to help out and break the door down, sir. I see. I guess that means I get Agent Lang's leftovers. Well, let's see what we can find. March 13, 2:55 p.m. Kidnapper's hideout. So this is where the kidnappers planned their foul deed. Wow, you were tied up for a while in an index resort. Hehe. Please. Must you bring that up again? Now then, down to business to defeat the Huns. There might still be some clues left in this room. Let's try to find out what we can of the other kidnapper's identity. Okay, but first, let's actually read the notes. Let's see, whereabouts are none after his escape from Ben E. Dent prison. Ben E. Dent? Penitent? Really? Penitent prison? Okay, we get it. Stole a gun from a guard during his escape. We thought he might head for where his wife and sole daughter are, but despite our surveillance, he has yet to show up. Okay. This must be where they dispose of old and worn-out costumes. That's so sad. It would seem that they throw the costumes away in pieces. Ah, they have barrels like this just outside. Yes, and? Well, I know I already asked you when we were out there, but if these were real, what would you put in them? There's an expectant gleam in her eyes that I'm about to dash. What have we here? It looks like a sword. A broken sword? Strange. Why would it be broken like that? Swords don't usually break on their own. That's true. Alright then, let's think about it in this way. Maybe it broke when someone was trying to use it for or on something, or maybe it just had really shitty durability. Hypotheticals aren't going to get us anywhere. Perhaps we should think more on this later. Hey, there's a trapdoor in this room too. It's not a trapdoor, it's an entrance to an underground passage, Kay. I know that. The door leading to the outside world was locked, so Lance would have escaped this prison through here. Unused folding chairs lean against the wall in their folded state. Wow, whoever lined this up did it perfectly. There's not even a single hair off. I feel bad using these because it'd be like stealing the perfection away. I suspect it's more like you wouldn't want to be the one to put them away. Watch out, Mr. Edward! It's a broken mirror. It probably came from the haunted house. Why is this here? Are they planning to repair it? A sign advertising the photo rally, something I have absolutely no interest in. Yeah, but I do, and I'm going to get my hands on the rest of the Badger family, you'll see. He definitely brings a decidedly different atmosphere to a criminal investigation. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious nook and cranny. That's a really nice coffee maker. I wonder what this key is to. You got me. It reminds me of the key we found in the other room. That's it. This must be the key for one of those trapdoors. That wasn't a trapdoor. You only call it one because you quite literally jumped into it. Hey, but isn't that what you're supposed to do when you see one? I am not having this conversation with you. Cheap styrofoam cups. Looks like only 3 cups were used. Folding chairs, I mean, the looks of it, they were probably used by the kidnappers. There are 3 chairs set around the table. A poster of Gatewater Land is stuck on this wall. Intrigue, fun, prestige. Gatewater Land has it all, and it's waiting for you. It's not especially catchy, is it? Okay, there doesn't seem to be anything else. Beyond this door is where the kidnappers held you against it after getting the jump on you. Must you keep reminding me? But is that room where I got to see your awesome face? You didn't need to remind me of that mortifying moment either. Yes, she did. The common denominator between the cups and folding chairs is that it's the number 3. Speaking of which, the number of missing costumes is also 3. Wait, but I thought there were only 2 kidnappers. Indeed, something isn't adding up. Literally. Is it possible there is a 3rd kidnapper that Lance didn't see? Are these? No, okay. This doesn't fit together quite right. Let's see, what haven't I checked? This door is thoroughly broken thanks to the police who forced it open. I won't rest until I inspect the very suspicious looking nook and cranny. The sword, which we checked, the things... The trapdoor we haven't really checked. The panel that hid the entrance to the underground is propped up wide open. Be careful where you step, Kai. I only fell into the other opening once, you know. And then the only thing left is the door. That doorknob handle thing is looking pretty beat up. I suppose that's what happens when 10 officers break their way in with brute force. Hey, that's odd. The lock on this is completely fine. Look, not a single dent. But how is that possible after what that officer told us? Yeah, if the lock had been in use when the door was busted down, then the lock itself should be completely wrecked. So the lock on the door leading to the outside is undamaged. How can that be? Okay, I think that's what I needed for the sword. It's a bit strange that the police had to force their way into an unlocked room. One look at the pristine door lock, and anyone can see that it was not in use at the time. But the policeman outside said that it took 10 men to get it open. A door that was locked tight despite it being not locked at all. It can only be because of this. You mean? Yes, it was used to jam the door. Here, take a look at the door handle. You see how the handle is completely destroyed. So that's how the sword broke. I thought that we might uncover the true identity of the kidnappers, but instead we've only uncovered more questions that need to be answered. What is it? Well, Mr. Edward, am I correct? What are you doing, suddenly popping out of the secret entrance like that? This is an underground passage used by staff members, sir. We badgers also make use of it in our duties. Look, why don't you get out of there first, and then we'll talk, okay? I beg your pardon, miss. Badger, Badger, dead! Alright, only one more to go. What are you getting all excited about? Ah, did you forget the photo rally? Duh! See, look, now all I have to do is get a picture of the Bad Badger and I'm done. Ah, yes, I vaguely recall a contest or something of that sort. What? It's gone! But where did it go? What happened? What's wrong? A Bad Badger costume is missing, sir. Oh, is that all? Well, it's missing because a kidnapper stole it. I heard about how they were stolen. They said that only 3 of the costumes had been taken. What? Is he saying that more than 3 of them are gone? Mr. Project Badger, please tell me a little more about these costumes you use. What do you mean by a Bad Badger costume is missing? Why, just what I said, sir. We are 1 Bad Badger short. And in the spares, we have 2 of each costume on hand at all times. Okay, so because one of them is walking around in the park, the other should be in that room. Ah, actually, both of them should be in that room. Huh? What do you mean? Normally, we don't use the Bad Badger costumes. In fact, we only use them during a certain event at a set time each day. It is a stage show where the Bad Badger wreaks havoc around the park. And the other badgers must work together to apprehend him, sir. I'm speechless that such a show exists. Well, sir, I was just trying to explain to you the only time we use that costume. Then, doesn't that make it near impossible to take a picture of the Bad Badger? Personally, I can't believe that it's this close to showtime and there's no costume. Oh dear, what am I to do, sir? All this basically means is that the kidnapper stole 4 costumes in total. Then, are you saying that there are 4 kidnappers? No, I don't think that's very likely. Huh? Recall the costumes for a minute. The stolen ones, you mean? What proves that a 4 kidnapper does not exist?
Take that!
If you had 4 people and you had wanted to steal a 4 costume, wouldn't you naturally go for the full set and steal a pink badger costume instead? Yeah, that makes sense. And yet the kidnappers decided to steal another Bad Badger. I believe the culprits needed 2 Bad Badger costumes, but the question is why? The second Bad Badger costume. I believe it may be closer at hand than we think. What do you mean? That costume in the trash. Wouldn't you say that it's wearing some very telltale pants? Hey, you're right. Let's get it out of here and take a look. I suspect it is a Bad Badger costume. Well, mine is ahead. I won't rest until I inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Look, its hand is hurt. It looks more like something was ripped off of it. I wonder what this Bad Badger costume right hand is torn up like that. Maybe it's a flesh wound from a fight with the Blue Badger. I always knew the Blue Badger was one ferocious beast. I somehow doubt that even real badgers are as bloodthirsty as that K. Oh, badgers are pretty bloodthirsty, but not that much, that is true. Yeah, 3 folding chairs over on this side. I can't say that they were arranged nearly as nicely as their siblings to the right. You think so? I think they're just fine, like a bunch of used chairs ought to be. I'm beginning to think you must keep a most chaotic room. Hey, don't slide and sigh at me all in one shot. Used folding chairs lean against the wall in their folded state. The ones over by the table probably came from this stack. Okay. Good question, Edward. Let's see. Actually,
Eureka!
the head. This is a clear contradiction of the facts. Huh? Okay. That's not what it's supposed to be. Or it might not be. You're acting really weird, Mr. Edward. Just tell me if it's a contradiction or not. God damn it. There's definitely something off of this costume. If only I could envision the truth in my head, I'd be one step closer to it. Okay, this is the same as before. Like, it has to be the hand then. The gun! For his neutral special, the Bad Blue Badger uses a gun.
Eureka!
I believe what we have here is an inconsistency. Between what? Look carefully. Our costume is not holding something in its right hand that it should be. Oh, the gun! Precisely, the Bad Badger was designed to always hold the gun in his right hand. However... You there, did you remove the gun from this Bad Badger's right hand? No, I did not, sir. The gun is supposed to be securely attached to the costume. It's not even a real gun. As I thought. The rip itself confirms my hypothesis that the gun was forcibly removed. Mr. Proto Badger, the gun is, of course, not a functioning weapon, correct? I just said it wasn't, sir. Absolutely not, sir. It's just a model gun. However, it can fire blanks. We need to use them for the stage show. It seems that our kidnappers also had a need for the model gun, my dear costume friend. My sanity! I think we're about done with this room. So, what's next? We found a few answers, but there are still a few things left that we have to ask a certain person about. Let's go, Kai. Cave Faraday. March 13, 3:34 p.m. Wow, West area. Mr. Edward, sir! You gotta hurry, sir. Come on. What is it, detective? They found a Blue Badger costume down in front of the main gate, sir. What? Is that what one of the kidnappers was wearing? Bingo! That's why you gotta come to the main gate with me right now. If we hurry, we still might be able to get there before Wolf Boy does, sir. Alright, let's make haste to the main gate. March 13, 3:45 p.m. Gatewater Land Main Gate. Gatewater Land is like the opposite of La Mancha Land. Because one is full of water and the other isn't. It makes sense to me. Where's the costume detective gum show? Just on the other side of the fountain, sir, right in front of us. Like we can, like Edward, you can see, like even with my gigantic body covering part of the lower end of the screen to the right, like you can see it there. It's there. It's there. Edward, please get some glasses. I say that, and he gets glasses by the time you get to Dual Destinies. So he actually needed them. Was it out here in the open all along? No, it was discovered in the tall grass back there. We moved it here in order to examine it more thoroughly. Then let's get down to it. Won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. But fast! It's time for me to get my coffee. My stomach is doing the womblies, and when it's doing the womblies, that means that I have to entertain it with coffee. So I'm gonna go get my coffee and stretch a little bit, and then I'll be right back. So I'll come back in a sec. Okay, we're back. Time to do an investigate. That piece of paint that looks like a penis. Like here. It kinda looks like the head of a penis. Here. See? Head of penis. Anyway. What do we have here? Oh, that thing has such a low like, that looks so bad. Guys, didn't you redraw that piece of art? That looks bad. That looks that looks like it had the that looks like it's 128 p, like, dude. Ah, it's another pendant. That's 2 treasures in one day. How lucky is that? And hey, this pretty baby's made of platinum silver too. Another pendant on top of the one we found on Mr. Deacon. Is it possible that these two... Hold it right there. God fucking damn it. Hands off, Mr. Prosecutor. You sure know how to cross the line, don't you? That's not true. I don't cross any picket lines. A pendant, huh? This is a very decisive piece of evidence. How can you tell? Look here and read off what you see. Lauren? Hey, it's a name that's engraved on this. Miss Pop's pendants. It's shaped like a pair of wings. Lauren D is engraved on the back. Hi! Hi! Aha, we have you now, Miss Kidnapper. No, you don't understand. Loli, I can't believe you were one of my kidnappers. Lance! You're kidding. Miss Pops was one of the kidnappers? Yes. It was me. I held Lance hostage. So Miss Pops is one of the kidnappers. But even knowing that, I can't call this case solved or over. Hey guys, case closed. Fucking damn it, plan. Get the car ready, and I mean the special one for this young lady.
Hold it!
Again, Mr. Prosecutor, what is it this time, bitch? Are you proposing that Miss Pop is also a culprit in the murder case? What happened? I thought Officer Meekins was your suspect. We found it. Found what? The officer's gone. He literally dropped it in the middle of a thick patch of grass. Your country's police are a sham. Look, just look at how careless they are. Oh, calling a sham. Gumshoe, no offense, but all cops are bastards. The officer's gun didn't show signs of having been fired, so it can't be the murder weapon. So Officer Meekins has been cleared of all charges, I see. And that's when a brand new suspect comes walking onto the scene. The murder only happened because the kidnappers started fighting among themselves. As I recall, it was you who said that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? God fucking damn it, Lang. Miss Pops, did you really kill Mr. Deacon? Yes, I killed him. I can't believe it. Wait. Thanks for the confession.
Objection!
Agent Lang, it's much too early to declare this case closed. Look at you, so sure of yourself. We got the culprit's own confession and some very incriminating evidence. What more could you ask for? Miss Lauren Pops. Lollipop. Her name is her name is a play on Lollipop. Lauren Pops, Lollipop. And her name is a play on lollipops. I feel smart. I want to hear it from you. Tell me your side of all that has happened today, from the kidnapping to the murder. But why? I'm a kidnapper and the killer. Isn't that enough? It's fine if you're the one behind everything, but only if that is the truth. Now then, will you tell us the truth? Or is there some reason why you can't? I've had a change of heart. I think I'd enjoy seeing you sulk away as the losing mutt. Alright, you heard me. Let's hear all about the evil deeds you committed today. Lollipop. The one who came out with the kidnapping plot was the butler, Mr. Deacon. We knew that we could get rich by holding land hostage. Mr. Amano would pay anything to get his son back after all. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money, Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me. There, are you satisfied? She just confessed to her crime a second time. At least you have the guts to admit what you've done. I can at least respect that much. Miss Pops, is what you said really the truth? Yes, it is. If that is the truth, it certainly isn't the whole truth. Because there is something that seems a bit too improbable in her confession.
Hold it!
Okay. How well do you know the victim? I've spoken with him only a few times at Lance's house. A few times, that's it? Yes. If they only met a few times, I don't see how they could have trusted each other. But if you hardly ever talk, then how could he trust you not to steal his plan? That's completely irrelevant. He was planning to betray her from the very beginning, which is why he chose someone he wasn't especially close to. Isn't that right, Sheena? Yes, however, Mr. Deacon made a very poor choice. In the end, he was killed by the one he intended to betray himself. Ah, I bet he didn't see that one coming. Sheena, you're not allowed to talk until it's the case where you're not important, okay? Just saying. I knew we could get rich with hurting. Did you? Like...
Hold it!
I feel like just because his dad is rich doesn't mean that he's gonna care. You knew. How do you know something like that? No, what should I do? Okay, what's wrong with her now? Come on, isn't it obvious? You're making your scary face again, that's why. Why don't you try asking her in a nicer, more gentle way? No, stop it, Lauren. You're always like this. You always fall for the sad-looking one. That's why you'll always be unhappy. Or maybe that's it. She's been bewitched by your icy glare. Mind your own business, Kay. Now then, Miss Pops, let's continue your testimony. Yes, of course.
Hold it!
Excuse me, I'm drinking my coffee. Why did you believe that? Anyone who knows Mr. Amano would think the same. I bet Lance is that old man's greatest treasure. I suppose he would be to a doting father like Mr. Amano. I always figured that it was it too, and I was always envious of Lance for it. Oh, because you're dad's. I got this pendant from my father, and I believe that as long as I have this, I'll find my father again someday. He'll welcome me into his arms, riding on the back of Pegasus. That pendant, she must really believe it to be the wings of Pegasus.
Hold it!
Would you mind telling us a little about the plan itself? Well, first we capture Lance. How did you do that? Well, Mr. Deacon did that on his own, so I don't quite know. But, honey, I thought you knew how to steal people away. I shudder to think what she would do with such knowledge. Probably steal the Pope. Like, Kay Faraday is 100% on the road to become a famous European thief and gay icon, Eroica. And she would absolutely do the same Eroica did and steal the Pope. She would absolutely steal the Pope. If Eroica stole the Pope, she can steal the Pope too. Sorry, I really don't know, but somehow Mr. Deacon was able to contain him. All we had to do after that was wait for the ransom to be paid, but... Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me.
Hold it!
Why do you think he did? I have no idea, but maybe he had planned on doing so from the very beginning. Miss Pops. Wait, Mr. Deacon planned to kill Miss Pops from the very beginning. Was that ever really likely to happen? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Yes. I'm sorry, but I don't think what you just claimed is all that likely. Huh? I don't think Mr. Deacon would have ever been capable of killing you. But why? We were total strangers. It's not uncommon for people to kill each other over money. Miss Pops, you really are clueless, aren't you? What do you mean? You never knew what your role in the kidnapping was, nor do you know who you really are. But I do, and I can show you with this piece of evidence. This proves that Mr. Deacon wouldn't have been able to bring himself to kill Miss Pops.
Take that!
Why are you showing this to me? So what about the pendant? This horse pendant, along with this piece of evidence, shows who you really are. Colin Devoray dossier.
Take that!
Oh. Oh wait, they wanted the other half of the pendant, okay. Does that really have anything to do with the pendant? What the heck, of course not. I suppose not. There is something that is very clearly connected to this pendant. And this pendant is the key that will open the door to the truth. Okay, yeah, it's the other piece of the pendant.
Take that!
These two pendants resemble each other, wouldn't you agree? Hey, you're right, they're the same color and they're even made of the same material, which is just the color of the material because it wasn't painted over. That's just what platinum looks like. I believe that these two pendants are actually one. Shall we give it a try? Whoa, it's totally Pegasus! But why? Why does my pendant match up with Mr. Deacon's? You're a smart lady. I'm sure you can imagine why that might be. No, that can't be. So the two make a set? Huh, it's just another trinket. It's not as though this changes anything. Nah, you lack imagination, Agent Long. Very well, I'll show you with this evidence. This is the piece of evidence that gives meaning to the Pegasus pendant. Yeah, it has to be the dossier now. Oliver Deacon was just an alias for this man. His real name was Colin Devoray, the name that is etched on the horse pendant. What an alias! I suppose he had to hide the fact that he was a felon somehow in order to live. And it makes sense, given what is written in Mr. Devoray's dossier. But what I really wanted to point out was this. This specific section reveals the truth. God damn it, Edward! I wasn't finished reading.
Take that!
Mr. Devoray had one daughter, and her name is Lauren Pops. That's a lie. That person was not my father. He couldn't come out and tell you he was your father because he was in hiding. However, I believe he was trying to secretly watch over you. Do you still believe that a man like that could kill the daughter he was separated from? Or even that such a man would allow his daughter to get involved in a kidnapping plot? Har 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 har. And what is so funny, Agent Lang? You're good at making things up in your head and deciding it's the truth, aren't you? What are you trying to say? You thinking is much too innocent. After all, I've thought of another possibility. Is that so? Well, let's hear it. I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter. But isn't it possible that they both knew that fact? It was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the house of Amano, and the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well? So this is his version of how things might have been. You don't have any proof that either one didn't know of their true relationship, right? You mean they knowingly committed the kidnapping as father and daughter? That's right, as one really rotten family. Okay, but that makes it even less likely that she shot the guy. Like, do you realize that? Excuse me, I have my coffee. Like, that's the main issue with that theory, because if that theory is true, then Lauren cannot be the person who killed the guy, because why would she kill her dad who she decided to kidnap someone with, you know? Is that really what happened? I had better take a long, hard look at the evidence. Okay.
Hold it!
You think they knew? Yeah, I don't think only the victim knew. I think the girl realized it as well. Everyone knew who the other person was, but they had to pretend that they didn't. Because he was on the lam. You got it. The victim couldn't exactly go around flaunting who he was. Furthermore...
Hold it!
One as a butler and one as the friend of the son, you mean? They probably thought that was their best shot. Is that what you honestly believe? Of course.
Hold it!
Okay. You mean how they plotted to commit this crime as blood relatives? Can you think of a better partner? They're certainly a clever pair. I don't know, I wouldn't commit a crime with my parents. They're not made for that. Like, I need a professional. I need someone who's good at giving orders. I couldn't commit a crime with my parents. I'm not good at it. The butler and the girlfriend. No one would ever suspect that they were in fact family. Yes, from the very beginning, they painstakingly practiced those roles well. I'll press here just in case. There's something that... I believe you're being a bit too overconfident for someone with no evidence. Am I? Because I don't see you presenting any evidence to the contrary. Without evidence, we're stuck in a stalemate. Agent Lang isn't wrong. His scenario is certainly a probable one. You'd better hurry up and do something or Lara's gonna wind up looking really bad. I know, but first things first. Is Agent Lang's line of logic factually correct? The two of them really knowingly committed crimes as father and daughter. Has yet to show up. Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, where's the contradiction here. Like, it's obvious that there's an issue, but I'm not entirely sure where the issue stands. It's time to put on the thinking cap. Like, clearly, if they knew who was who, she wouldn't have, like, done anything. Because, well, it's her dad. She wouldn't have killed her dad. So, either she didn't know, or she was not the person who killed him. Is a thing. And that's where the issue comes from. Because, like, how do I prove either of those? Like... Well, wait, maybe I don't even need to prove that. Because part of the point is that there's 3 kidnappers, not just 2. Yeah, no, here the issue is that he mentions only 2, but we know that there's 3 kidnappers. That is true.
Objection!
Right. This kidnapping wasn't planned by just 2 people alone. And what kind of proof do you have of that? Quite simply, there were 3 kidnappers. 3! Yes. 4 costumes were stolen from the Wild Wild West area's back room. We found one of them in the kidnapper's hideout. As for the other 3, we can assume they were being worn by 3 different people. We also found a set of 3 cups and 3 folding chairs that were used in the hideout. It all clearly points to a 3-man group. And I believe the 3rd person is the real mastermind behind the kidnapping. Who is this mastermind? I present to you the brains behind the kidnapping. Yeah, I mean...
Take that!
Yeah, I mean, who else is it gonna be? Lanzamano? Yes, this abduction was, in fact, schemed up by Lance himself. Recall what he said when he appeared before us. Did you see the faces of your kidnappers? No, I didn't see their faces for 2. One was a woman. However, there were 3 kidnappers, which is in direct contradiction to what he said. But... I know I only saw 2 people. This guy was being held hostage. It's possible he couldn't see all 3 of them. Ah yes, about when you were being held. I have my doubts about what happened then. Lance, would you mind telling us what happened while you were being held captive? I really don't remember much anymore, honest. But if I don't tell you at least something, you won't believe me at all, will you? I was kidnapped yesterday morning. They had me shut in that room, blindfolded the entire time. But the kidnapper suddenly disappeared around the time I had rain falling outside. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone. I made my escape and ran away from the room as fast as I could. Through the underground passageway, I presume. Are you okay? Sorry, I really didn't want to recall that horrible ordeal, but now you believe me, right? No, not quite yet. Not at all. Ah, how can you not? Why do you look at me with icy daggers in your eyes? Lance, that's how he looks at everyone. It's Edward, that's just how he looks. Because he's a prosecutor and because they're all like that. Oh, have you know, Agent Lang, a prosecutor's eyes are for discerning the truth. And should they be interpreted to be cruel at times, then so be it. Mwah. There is a sticking point in Lance's testimony. Let's see what he offers up when I push a little. Let's push a boy. Let's bully him.
Hold it!
Can you tell us about when you were abducted in a little more detail? It was a strange morning. I felt like I was right in the middle of a great calm. And where were you when you experienced this calm? Our family garden, of course. Where else could it have been? Well, excuse me for asking. This child is more princess than prince. I was out taking a walk to shake off the morning blah. Then, out of the blue, someone from behind clamps a hand over my mouth. You didn't see your attacker. They must have used some drug to knock me out. Because before I knew it, I was off in La La Land again. When I woke up, I was in the kidnapper's hideout already, all tied up. They had me shut in that room blindfolded the entire time. I don't believe that, because then how do you know one was a woman? And don't tell me, oh, they had like a feminine voice, because have you met some men with high-pitched voices? Because I have, and let me tell you, they sound like they never hit puberty.
Hold it!
I'm not even joking. I had a classmate 1 year while I was still doing video games. He had such a high-pitched voice. Like, literally, it was more high-pitched than mine, and I hadn't gone through puberty yet. Well, second puberty, because I hadn't yet started testosterone. Like, I had not yet started T, and that guy sounded much more high-pitched than me. So, there are some men that just have a really high-pitched voice. I don't know what's up with that guy. But he had a voice like a little flute. By that room, you mean the room in the kidnapper's hideout, correct? Yes, but I was blindfolded the whole time, so I didn't know until they made... Oh, excuse me. Oh, must be the coffee. God damn it, until I made my escape. God damn it! Then I hate the controller. This is why I don't like controller. Then you were in the same room as your kidnappers. They spoke in hushed tones, but I could catch bits of their conversation. It was definitely two people, and one of them was definitely a woman. I was so scared. I could tell they were nearby, so I didn't dare make a move. But the kidnappers suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling outside.
Hold it!
Uh-huh. The kidnappers disappeared. Excuse me while I finish my coffee. Nothing like some good coffee. The room fell into a sudden silence. I have been left behind like an unwanted mutt. And what do you mean by unwanted mutt? What a pointless question. It's not like he's going to tell you anything new, you know? It's a poetic simile. You should learn how to use them too. You may look refined on the outside, but it's no good if you're not refined on the inside as well.
Hold it!
Uh-huh. Then those cuffs on your wrists, I suppose you are still cuffed in that case. I am well aware of how I am chained to reality. I couldn't find the key, so I'm afraid that I'm stuck like this. Even though I escaped from that jail cell, I will forever be a prisoner.
Hold it!
Uh-huh. How did you manage to escape? I wanted to just get out of there, but the door leading outside was locked, which is why I had to use the underground passageway to make my escape. I remember our escape to be equally as hard. This is an invaluable piece of testimony. I must let it go in unexamined. The door leading outside was locked tight, so I had to use the underground passageway. Okay. There's a couple of issues with that. Primarily, that the only thing that was keeping the door closed was the broken prop store.
Objection!
You say that the door leading out was locked, but was it really? We're talking about that room behind the saloon front, right? Look, I heard that it took quite a few men to get that thing open, right, Sheena? Yes, that's correct. Then take a look at this. What is that? A saw? It's not an especially reliable one if it's broken like that. Allow me to start from the end. My conclusion is that the door was never locked. It was simply held shut by this saw, which was used to jam the handle. Lance, even though your hands were cuffed together, you could still use them. If that's the case, then why didn't you not just simply remove the sword and escape? Why didn't I? I was disoriented. Yes, that's it. I didn't notice it. As if I should accept such a bald-faced lie. You locked yourself in that room because you had to make yourself look like the victim. But you did not in fact possess the key to the door. That is why you used the prop sword to improvise and create a prison of your very own. You've been making this guy out to be one of the kidnappers for some time now. I wonder if you've forgotten something very important along the way. And what would that be? A motive, what else? Oh, last time you were like, oh, who cares about the motive? And now it's like, oh, do you have a motive? Fuck off, Lang! Do you honestly think that an upright pure boy like him, how do you know he's pure, would hatch up a completely pointless scheme such as kidnapping himself?
Objection!
This proves that Lance did indeed have a motive to commit this crime, idiot.
Take that!
To put it simply, Lance has a very urgent need for money. This is hardly your typical love letter. It is in fact a collections bill. It appears our upstanding boy has accumulated quite a debt. Isn't that right, Lance? Looks like it's hard being the son of a rich man too. It must be rough when you have to resort to stealing from your old man, huh? Right, I give up. I abducted myself. Lance! It's over, Lolly. In this life, we really are bound to our fates after all. All I wanted was to go with you to a new town, somewhere where no one would know us. I wanted us to be well off with that 1 million, but now, the dream is over. Ah, Lance! Then, you're giving yourself up. Yes, I had planned to run away from this world with my Lolly. Oliver even helped us with the plan, but then he had to go and stab us in the back. He turned on you. Maybe he didn't want to split the ransom money. That's my guess. It happened almost right after you made the drop-off. When we were alone, he attacked me all of a sudden. After a brief struggle, I was able to contain him and keep him under control. We left him inside that room as Lolly and I made our escape. We wore different costumes that split up. Lolly left first in the Blue Badger costume. That would mean the person Officer Mickens saw was Miss Pops. But right then, the old man had just had to wake up. I was careless, and he tackled me pretty hard from behind. Then, Oliver put on a Bad Badger costume, took the suitcase with the $1 million and ran. I contacted Lolly right away and warned her that he had a gun. They had no idea that they were they had no idea that they were related, so I thought that it could only end badly. I still don't believe it. That person was not my father. Because if he was, I just killed my own father. Lolly, then it really was you. That man was not my father. I mean, because at the stadium, there was a Bad Badger pulling the suitcase with the 1 million in it. But that Badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. That's why I used the gun I got from Lance. There was a gunshot. The other person crumbed to the ground and I ran, scared for my life. I think the big picture is finally coming into focus on you, don't you? Lolly, forgive me. I didn't think it would turn into something so frightening. If only I could have protected you. So, Miss Pops, she shot her own dad without even knowing who he really was? If what she says is true, are you saying she's lying? But why would she lie about something like that? What purpose would it serve? You would be surprised how often people lie without even realizing it themselves, Kay. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? What I mean is, listen very carefully to her confession once more, and you'll see. Okay. Huh? Oh, wait, really? Oh, do I have to press her first? Mr. Edwards said, I don't think you pulled out the right piece of evidence. Don't do that to me, you gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe, you will refrain from excessive talking. I'll try, sir. God damn it. Okay, I'll press her first.
Hold it!
I thought that I could just point out that the Badger costume didn't have a gun. Were you able to clearly see the gun? Yes, I got a very good look at it while it was pointed at me. Oh, father, why were you trying to shoot me? Do you really think a father would shoot his own daughter, Mr. Edward? I don't know. If you told me it was Von Karma, I would tell you yes, but I don't know every father. I don't want to believe it myself. It's true, my father's left arm was raised with a gun in it. Pointed straight at me. I'm about to die, I thought. Miss Pops. Please calm down and take a deep breath. And then, would you allow me to please hear that last statement one more time? Yes, of course.
Hold it!
And you felt that your life was in danger, correct? Yes, I'm about to die, I thought. So... Uh-huh. Can I then present the gun? Like, will this work now?
Objection!
No? Okay! Actually, I can't get there. Nyek, nyek. My reaction to Edward. He's laughing pretty hard at you, Mr. Edward. Yes, I know. Poor Edward. I'm sorry that I'm bad at the video game, Edward. Okay, let's press her just in case. Please calm down and let's slowly talk through this. But all you have to do is simply tell us what happened at the stadium. Leave it to us to search for the truth. Can you do that for me? Alright, so at the stadium.
Hold it!
That was the ransom money, wasn't it? Yes, that's how I was able to identify Mr. Deacon almost immediately. It was all thanks to what Lance told me. And what did he tell you? Well, he called me on my cell phone and told me that Mr. Deacon had betrayed us and had run off with the ransom money. And about how he had a gun. Okay.
Hold it!
You shot Mr. Deacon. Miss Pops. Yes, I shot him. Har har har. And that's as I say is that. Agent Lang, Miss Pops is far from done. She hasn't even finished her testimony yet. You're going to continue questioning her? What a waste of time. Miss Pops, if you please. Alright.
Hold it!
Did you take off immediately following the gunshot? Yes. And you didn't attempt to approach the victim at all after he was shot? I was scared. I don't blame you. I would have done the exact same thing. Poor Miss Pops. What will become of her, Mr. Edward? She seems to be telling the truth regarding what happened at the stadium. However, I don't believe it to be absolutely correct. Listen very carefully to her confession once more and you'll see. Okay. Okay. This was left in the isolation room. Like, the gun was ripped. So it has to be somewhere.
Objection!
Like, is that really not gonna it? Like, the gun is the biggest thing here. Like, if it... Fucking damn it, game. Okay, I have to give it to Lang for knowing that I'm wearing a jabot. But also, I don't appreciate that he wants me to put it in my mouth. It's a cravat and it's a fashion statement, not a gag. No, Edward, technically, I guess a jabot is technically a type of cravat. Like, how do... I never learned how you're supposed to separate this type of, like neck stuff. It is kind of like a jabot. I guess a jabot has less, like, levels. Is the cravat the one that has more than one level and the jabot is the one that has multiple, or the other way around? Like... Like, she revised her testimony here, so there has to be something. Stole a gun from a guard during his escape. Oh, so is the gun that he stole? I mean, that would make sense. Wait, let me recheck that. Oh, he's right-handed. And she said... left hand. Oh. I mean, he could be ambidextrous, to be fair, but it is... yeah, it is harder to... yeah, I wouldn't say that you shoot with, like, the opposite hand that you know.
Objection!
Okay, I get it. Finally, I'm smart. After many trial and error, I became smart. I have here a dossier on your father. And according to this, your father was right-handed. Then, the person pointing a gun at you from atop the stage was not Mr. Deacon. Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. I think you need to take a refresher course. The Bad Badger has a model gun attached to his right hand, which is why the only hand he could have held the real gun was his left. Isn't it possible that it went down like that? Agent Lang, were you paying attention to what Miss Pops was saying? Then again, I suppose I can expect someone who has never set foot in court to catch it. And not with the smugness. I'll wait already. Miss Pops told us earlier. There was a Bad Badger put in the suitcase with the 1 million in it. According to you, the Bad Badger had the gun in his left hand, which would mean that he was pulling the suitcase with his right hand. Is that correct, Miss Pops? Yes, exactly. And I'm sure it was the Bad Badger. It had those huge sunglasses on its face. But if that's the case, even I can see there's a huge contradiction. Yes, Miss Pops claims to have seen the Bad Badger, and yet the Bad Badger had both of his hands full. These two pieces of information contradict each other, so one must be wrong. It wasn't the Bad Badger, but hands were not occupied. I mean, both technically, like... technically... I guess both hands weren't occupied because we found the broken Bad Badger costume. Like, it didn't have, like, the gun on its hand, so... holding a gun... really, I'm wrong? God fucking damn it, game! Holding a gun in his right hand as he pulls the suitcase with the same hand. Isn't it possible for the right-handed person to do both things simultaneously? Edward, your deduction is full of one too many conjectures on your thing, Mr. Prosecutor. Yeah. I suppose it is pretty difficult, if not impossible. God fucking damn it, Edward. That's not even the way that you're supposed... like... God damn it. Like, you could still just say that, that technically, if they broke, like, the gun out of the costume, since it's attached, like, that hand is free. Like, come on, dude. And it would still be the Bad Badger. God damn it. They are both correct. Impossible. That just leaves us with an irresolvable contradiction. Miss Pope's entire statement rests on the fact that she saw his sunglasses and beard. But what if the Bad Badger wasn't wearing pants on his lower half? This proves that there was a way for the Bad Badger to freely use both his hands. I mean, the most reasonable option would be the head. I'm just very, very scared. Because I don't want to get in trouble. Like, I don't have a lot of sanity left, but it has to be the head.
Take that!
The costumes have two parts to them, a head and the body. Oh, I get it now. The head Miss Pop saw was probably really the head of the Bad Badger. However, is it not possible that the body was that of an entirely different badger? A different badger. Yes, or to put it more bluntly, I believe it was the lower half of this badger. The body of the Bad Badger... God damn it, Edward. I didn't finish reading. Anyway, it was probably the Proto Badger. What the heck is it? It's the Proto Badger. Yes, and it's a simple matter of process of elimination. Miss Pops was wearing the blue badger costume, so we can eliminate that one. And the big badger is of the wrong color, which would have been incredibly obvious. All that is left is the Proto Badger costume. Miss Pops, who was the one who wore the Proto Badger costume? That would be Lance.
Not so fast!
Are you saying what I think you are? That Lance Amano donned the Bad Badger's head and pretended to be Mr. Deacon, on top of which he plotted to shoot Miss Pops while wearing that hideous thing. The stage that was set up in the stadium was nothing more than that, a setup. And its purpose was to lead Miss Pops into believing she had committed murder, standing there in front of Miss Pops and pretending to be the victim. It was all done so that she would pull the trigger. Ha 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 ha. I have no idea what you're talking about. Why exactly would I have done? Would I have had to do all that, huh? There is but one reason. Lance Amano, you are the real culprit behind the murder of Miss Oliver Deacon. What? No! That's slander. Take it back. You take it back right now. Just out of curiosity, Lance, which is your dominant hand? I'm left-handed. But what does that have to do with anything? It depends. According to Miss Pops, her attacker held a gun in his left hand. You know, if I was almost murdered by someone holding a gun and they had to ask me which hand they held the gun with, there is a 50% chance that I will actually fuck myself over by wrongly selecting the hand that is not the hand that they used. There is in fact a 50-50 chance of me just fucking up because I get confused with left and right. Oh, never put me in this kind of situation. I would die.
Not so fast!
Ah, who is that? Who is one-hand that doesn't prove a thing? And besides, now you're just being absurd. It's not like the Proto Badger is bulletproof. One misfire and he would have found himself dead, right?
Objection!
Of course, logically, if he had been shot, he probably wouldn't be here with us. But I believe he had thought of that as well, and prepared accordingly. And this should be all the evidence you need. This is how Lance made sure that he wouldn't be hit with a bullet. A bullet. The model then.
Take that!
We found one half of a Bad Badger costume in the hideout, a broken one. It was not the same one that the victim was wearing, plus it was missing something. And that something is a model gun that the Bad Badger carries, which can fire blanks. What? Miss Pops, what is the gun you use now? I threw it away into the sea. That makes it a bit tough to verify what it was, although I believe that we can safely assume that it was the model gun in question.
Not so fast!
I've had enough. All you've been spouting so far is pure conjecture. I admit that as long as the model gun is lost to us, I can't prove I'm right. However, I can say that the probability that I'm right is very high. Okay, let's pretend that you're right, and then the murder at the stadium was a fabrication. In that case, where do you think the murder really took place, Mr. Prosecutor? I don't know yet. Ah, I knew you were full of it. However, I do believe that the murder took place during an earlier time frame. Please, wait a second. It's simply not possible. Because I saw Mr. Deacon after he was restrained by Lance. She saw the victim in the state of being restrained. I came back to the hideout long after the other two. By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon. He had tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door. After that, the two of us put on our costumes and made our escape. So, Mr. Deacon must have escaped after the two of you left, right? We thought that it attracted too much attention if we left together, so I left first. We planned to meet up again at the station, the stadium. But then, as I was walking through the park, I got a call from Lance on my cell phone. Oliver managed to escape. It looked like he was waiting until I was done. He also stole the gun from me at the time. And then the murder happened. Mr. Deacon must have overheard our plan to meet up on the stage. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, Miss Pop saw the victim with her own eyes. Which means that the victim was still alive at the time, wouldn't you agree? Why does that sound wrong to me? Edward, you were the person who was being held in the other room. Of course, it sounds wrong to you. There must be something amiss about this account. Let's see what happens when I examine it in more detail. God. Investigations is slightly less difficult, I would argue, than the main Ace Attorney games. Like, there's a lot less moon logic with some stuff, but it is much longer in the way that it just forces you to do testimony after testimony after testimony with the same person over and over again. Like, it gets very heavy in that respect, at least Investigation 1. I don't know if Investigation 2 is better about that. But that was the feeling that I got when I played it the first time. And again, I will never forget the last case, the last exchange that you have, the last quote-unquote testimony. It's like, I don't know, it was hours long just doing that one. Because the guy keeps bringing up stuff to try to get away with it. The worst diplomatic immunity lost, like, complete meaning for me after that shit. You'll understand what I mean. Okay, let's press you on everything first. When exactly did you arrive back at the hideout? It was after we had picked up the ransom money. And where were you up until the time you returned? I was guiding the park out and making preparations for our escape. I walked around in the various areas looking for the best route. So each of them had their own roles to play. After I was done, I went back to the hideout.
Hold it!
How did Lance look at the time? He looked shocked. He also looked a little down. When I saw the sadness in his eyes, I... Thank you, that's enough for now. And what of Mr. Deacon? What was his situation like?
Hold it!
You are sure that it was Mr. Deacon that you saw? Yes, I am certain of what I saw. Did you go into the other room to check? Lance said that it was best if I didn't get too close to him. Lance, he's such a kind soul. Then are you telling me that you did not confirm that it was Mr. Deacon for yourself? I checked through the slit in the door that separates the two rooms. He had a Bad Badger's head on, so I'm absolutely sure. That just had to be Mr. Deacon. He saw a Bad Badger head.
Hold it!
So the tied up Mr. Deacon was still in his Bad Badger costume. Yes, and? It would appear that she misread the whole situation. What now? Should I raise an objection? Yes. Come on, Edward. The person you saw was not the victim. What? Why not? I will tell you why not. With this. This Miss Pops shows us that the person you saw was not the victim. Well, it has to be the Badger head, right?
Take that!
Miss Pops, the person you saw was not Mr. Deacon at all. Huh? The person you actually saw was this person. Me! It was me. I. Huh? The person I saw was you, Mr. Edward? I always thought it was a bit odd. Why would the kidnappers abduct me even after I had handed over the ransom? It's not as though I saw the face of the kidnappers. Me? If I were them, I would have just taken the $1 million and ran, like a normal person. But in the end, there was a point to it all. It was to make me look like Mr. Deacon. And if that was the reason for which I was abducted, then I believe we can assume that the victim was already dead at that time. Well, Lance, am I right? Yeah, that's... You showed Miss Pops a person, namely me, with a bad badger's head on. And then made your costumes escape together. Or so you pretended. What? What do you mean he pretended? Exactly that. I believe Lance watched you escape and then double back to the hideout. Probably to come and remove the bad badger head from my unconscious self. And to create his fake prison with the prop sword. He then escaped via the passageway. Hold your tongue, boy. Don't get caught up in that tidal wave of words coming out of Mr. Prosecutor's mouth. Tidal wave. I had a lot come out of you, but I've yet to see a shred of evidence. The victim's betrayal and his subsequent detainment. All of that could have happened while you were out cold. That's right. You were out for quite a while, Mr. Prosecutor. How do you know that I was out for quite a while? Even if that were the case, Miss Pops would have still seen me tied to that beam. I was scared of Mr. Deacon, so I didn't go into the next room. So I really have no idea if you were in there, Mr. Edward. You see, it would seem that you can't prove a thing. Who said that? Please wait. Mr. Amano! Oh, Miles, my boy, it looks like you're really giving it your all. And Lance is not good to cause trouble for others. Dad, let's see. Are you the one in charge of the investigation, correct? Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry that my son has been nothing but trouble. This probably won't make up for anything, but I have some evidence for you. Oh? Do you now? Oh. Is that what I think it is? It's a bad badger costume the victim was wearing, and a gun! 2 of them, actually. I couldn't wait around for the police, so I went out for this myself. It appears that they were disposed of in the sea. Is there no one in this country who actually obeys the law? Lang, you don't obey the laws either. This guy is a hypocrite. I forgot how much. But God, it's like, I don't care about your fucking country's laws. I'm doing whatever the fuck I want because I'm Interpol. And then immediately after, doesn't people actually obey the laws that they're supposed to follow? Motherfuckers. And it's like, bitch. Dear. Now, Agent Long, please calm down. What the heck is a scrap of paper? This appears to be a letter from the chairman of police. Please allow Mr. Amano complete freedom to do as he sees fit, it says. What? The chief of police? What the? Just who does he think he is? The person who used the highest authority in this area. Oh, there now. There is no need to be so upset. I'm not a cop from this land, so I'm not bound by the laws of your country. Now. This wasn't meant to strong-arm you into anything. It's just a request. I'm only asking that you please respect the laws of this land. I can't really say no to that. However, returning to the topic at hand, it doesn't matter who you found the evidence, its value remains unchanged. Oh boy. Alright, now let's take a look at this new evidence. I've already got the results back. He had a special forensics research lab that I'm on good terms with to conduct the test. To verify that the blood on this costume belonged to Oliver. As for the gun, the only fingerprints I could find were yours, Lauren. What? You disappoint me, Miles. I can't believe that you would cause my son such stress and heartache. Thank goodness I was able to find the final pieces of evidence. With this, you'll have no reason left to push my poor boy around. That said, these are the case-making pieces of evidence. Fuck you, old man. Huh, I'll be the judge of that. I won't rest until I've extracted every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Starting with this. What's this? It looks like there's something inside the costume head. Hey, the sparkle! I bet they're really valuable. Sorry, but they're just pieces of a mirror. But why are they here? This bullet hole. It looks kind of burned around the edges. Wait, those burn marks were left by the gunpowder. This is a most important fact. Why is that? Because it is proof that the victim was shot at point-blank range. Could this gun be the actual murder weapon? Well, are these not the most definitive pieces of evidence you've ever seen? Thank you, Dad. This shouldn't be enough to convince even Mr. Edward over there. No. Fuck you, kid. Make no mistake, there are fingerprints on that murderous gun. And they prove that it was Lolly who killed Oliver. But Oliver was also after Lolly's life. So Mr. Edward, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense. The fingerprints on the weapon, huh? Oh no, this isn't helpful at all. Look, Mr. Edward, all I want to do is save Lolly. But in the end, all I can do is watch on as she takes the punishment for her crimes. That may be all you can do, however. I still have a case to solve and a job to do. The job of unraveling your insidious lie. You would me. Why won't you believe me, even in the face of all this evidence? Dude, I don't trust a guy who plays with his little bow like that. It's just sus. It's just very sus of you. Okay.
Hold it!
Those fingerprints, are you sure they belong to Miss Pops? There's no mistaking about it. Through my connections, I had the best forensic techniques money can buy performed. I find that to be a bit peculiar. What? Are you trying to pick an argument with me? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? I mean... should I raise an objection? Like, will it get me in trouble? Because I don't want to risk it at this point. Like... Wait, what? Those... No, wait. How are her fingerprints on that gun if she's been wearing the costume? Just realize. It shouldn't have fingerprints because she was wearing gloves. Well, gloves. The gloves of the costume. Frankly, I don't believe that Miss Pop's prints should be on that gun to begin with. And the reason why Miss Pop's prints should not be on the gun is... Oh god, what? Oh boy, okay, is it the stolen costumes? Like, would that, like, I don't think there's anything else that I can present. Yeah, I guess there's nothing else that I can present to prove that she was... Okay, yeah, it has to be stolen costumes. It's simply not possible for Miss Pops to have left any prints on the murder weapon. How... Would she be able to shoot it with how big the gloves make the hand? That's no, I understand what you meant. No, I understand what you meant. Here's the deal. Depending on how she's depending on the material of the costume, it might be able for her to shoot it. Like, you would need to like force the inside of the hand to like adapt to the shape of the gun in such a way that you can actually put your fingers on the trigger and then just, you know, push the trigger. Like, it is possible. It's not easy, but it is possible. Either way, if she grabbed the gun after getting on the costumes, there is no way for her to have like prints on it, simply because she's wearing the costume. Like, it wouldn't. The only thing that would be left are pieces of the costume, maybe like little, depending on the costume's material. I guess the main thing here is the costume. Like, this is, if this was real life, because this is a video game and obviously they don't take that into account. Depending on the costume material, there might be marks left, like, or pieces of like cotton, for example, like depending on what the material of the costume is, and also depending on that is how flexible it would be on the hand area and how easy to adapt to a shape it would be. Like, clearly holding a gun shouldn't be an issue. It might take an effort, but she could put a finger or two inside of the space where the trigger is to push it if necessary. It's still hard. But either way, it shouldn't have any prints. Because when she was at the stadium, Miss Pops was wearing a costume. Huh? But there's been no mistake. We found fingerprints. Well, Miss Pops, do you remember touching the gun at all at any time? Yes. As a matter of fact, I did hold it for a bit back in the hideout. I handed it off to Mr. Deacon when he and Lance left for the haunted house. To retrieve the ransom money, I suppose. And there you have it. That is when Miss Pop's prints found their way onto the gun. Do you understand now, Mr. Romano? The fingerprints do nothing but prove that Miss Pops is the Oh, do nothing. For a moment I thought. Do nothing to prove Miss Pops is the murderer. But you still don't have anything to prove that she isn't the killer, right? You seem very adamant about insisting that your girlfriend is a cold-blooded killer. Lance! What? No way, I'm incredibly worried about her. But that doesn't change the fact that you don't have any evidence, right? That's where you're wrong. I have the evidence. What? How? The story that Miss Pops killed the victim at the stage in the stadium. The whole affair is simply not true, because that was not the real crime scene, but a setup. This proves the real murder was not committed at the stadium at all. Where is it? It has to be the mirror fragments, I think. Like, I think it's the only thing that I can think of, except for the mobile, because obviously you move the body, but wait, no. Because we don't even know where they come from. So, like, I know that it comes from one of the mirrors, but it clearly doesn't come... Okay. So what could it be? Like, what would it be that proves it? Wait, maybe the badger head? Like, obviously, like, if the badger's... Like, if the head is separated. Like, it was on the isolation room. With us. So, I maybe? Like, there has to be... Wait. Do I have the victim's costume? Used to kill Deacon was originally stolen from a car by victim during escape. Because, like, I could prove it just with, like, the costume, because the wound being, like the gunpowder being where the wound happened indicates that it's, like, point blank. I guess the Bad Badger said then.
Take that!
No, goddammit. Mr. Prosecutor, I have to rate that piece of evidence of logic a 0 out of 10. 0! It's at least a 6.8 out of 10. Damn. Okay. The murder did not happen at the stadium. In the scenario where the victim was up on the stage and Miss Pops out of the gnome, there must be something that invalidates it. Like, what am I missing here? Like, what am I missing? Oh wait, the victim's got. Oh, okay. I thought that it was. Okay. This should. Yeah, it shows it. It shows them. Okay.
Take that!
I'm an idiot. I forgot that I had it. I'm dumb. Let's take another good look at the costume the victim was wearing. Then I believe you will see why I insist he was not shot at the stadium. This is the part of the costume that proves it. Wait. I want to.
Take
Yeah.
that!
Perfect. The band around the bullet hole was made when the victim was shot at point-blank range. Ah, so then you mean the murder Miss Olvax at the stadium was really... Yes, she saw two people, but they were separated by a distance. If the victim was indeed shot from below the stage, there shouldn't be a gunpowder burn. Ah. Look at you, Mr. Smarty Pants Prosecutor. Since you seem to know all the answers, why not tell us where the real crime scene is then? Okay. Lance set me up to look like Mr. Deacon back at the hideout. That is true, so it can't be the hideout. If that's the case, then the murder must have happened prior to that. And the location where Lance and the victim were just before I was in prison was... the haunted house. Which explained the glass fragments. I got it. I know the real scene of the murder. The real location in which Mr. Deacon was killed is here.
Take that!
I think it's not unreasonable to assume the murder took place in the haunted house. The haunted house? Yes, and I have proof that it is highly likely that the victim was killed there. What proves that the real scene of the crime was the haunted house, and then I can use the glass fragments.
Take that!
These were inside the costume the victim was wearing. They're fragments of a mirror. Mirror, and what does that have to do with anything? Indeed, you don't exactly expect to find pieces of a mirror inside a costume. Yeah, that's actually pretty dangerous. However, there is one place I can think of where there is a plethora of mirror fragments. And that is the haunted house. Lanza Mano, I propose that you kill Mr. Deacon with a revolver in the haunted house. I'm sorry, it sounds like he's playing Clue. It sounds like he's playing Clue. Or Cluedo, depends on depends on you're in Europe. I believe Cluedo is how it's called in Europe. It just sounds like he's accusing someone in Clue. And it just kind of got me for a second. You kill Mr. Deacon with the revolver in the haunted house. After that, you stole the blue Badgermobile to move his body to the Wild Wild West area. The timing of when the blue Badgermobile was stolen confirms this as fact. You have nothing to defend yourself with, bitch? Miles, my boy, say no more. I'm sorry, Mr. Romano, but I cannot do that. Be quiet. Yes, please do something. Spot that boy from speaking any more nonsense. Ernest Amano, correct? I meant you. Now be quiet, Gramps. How dare you? I don't need words. The only thing I require is evidence. Decisive evidence. And to call these mirrors bits decisive is a bit too presumptuous, Mr. Prosecutor. What? Tina, wasn't there a mirror in the kidnapper's hideout? Yes, there was a mirror there. A mirror that's for the haunted house. You see, isn't it possible the fragments got into the costume there? But Agent Lang, there were no fragments on the floor, so the probability is very low. Probability? Har 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 har. I don't know what's getting to me. Like she says, on truth's path, the word probability does not exist. No, that makes no sense. The only thing that does is definitive proof. The question, Mr. Prosecutor, is, do you have the definitive proof you need? Well, Mr. Edward, do you? Do I have solid evidence that proves the murder took place on the haunted house? The answer is no. See? So since you don't have any, shut up! I don't have the evidence yet, but I'm certain the murder occurred around the time I turned the ransom over. At that time, the only people at the haunted house beside myself were Lance and Mr. Deacon. If I can prove that the murder took place at the haunted house, then I can prove Lance's guilt in connection to the murder. What now, Mr. Edward? Agent Lang, I have a special request. Yeah? I'd like to prove to you that the scene of the crime was indeed the haunted house. Why in the world are you asking the werewolf for permission? Because I don't really have a choice if I want to find the truth. Alright, permission granted, but you're not to touch a single thing. Got it? Not a single one. That won't be a problem. All that's important to me is that the truth be brought to light. It doesn't matter by who or how it's done, as long as it is. Ugh. Sheena! I'm here. Put in the paperwork for the authorization immediately. Understood. I'll go get the Gatewater Group's approval. Who was that? Now. Let's hold on for a second. There is no need to obtain approval. Mr. Amano, Agent Long, if you would please take a look at this. What is this? Sheena! It's the deed to the haunted house. The deed to a haunted house? Read it out loud. Gatewater Lang Inherited bequeaths the property known as the haunted house to Mr. Amano for the lump sum of 1 million paid in full in cash. What? Oh, as you can see, I am not the legal owner of the haunted house. Are you kidding? When did you? I ran into the owner of the park earlier, and we made the deal almost immediately. Quickly things move when you can prepare $1 million in the blink of an eye. That million you paid! Don't tell me it was. Oh, that's right. This disgusting suitcase belongs to you, doesn't it? I don't have any more use for it, so you may have it back now. You use a ransom money! My Lance is a good boy. He even apologized for the kidnapping bill earlier. So I do believe that I will forgive him. After all, he did return the ransom money. That's the way things are, so if you would please discuss things with me from now on. Discuss? What is there to discuss? Why, permission to enter the haunted house, of course. While we were busy listening to Lance's story, Mr. Romano was out there preempting us. Permission to search the haunted house is denied. End of discussion. Agent Lang, I want you to arrest that girl. And Miles, you should hurry on home now, my boy, before I really lose my temper. Oh, Mr. Mano definitely has a deck stack in his favor here. What should I do? If I leave it like this, the truth will be lost forever. No! This is why you don't trust rich people. And especially rich people who are friends of Manfred von Karma. I think the thing that should have tipped us off immediately is that Edward knows this guy because he was friends of von Karma. March 13, 4:27 p.m. Gatewater Land Main Gate. If I can get permission to investigate the crime scene, then the truth will be lost. Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Okay. Mr. Edward, what are you doing spacing out? Have you forgotten there's only one thing you should do at a time like this? And what is that? When the people are in a bind, the hero of justice appears to save the day. Look, just leave it to me. For I am Kay Faraday, the second of the great Tatarasu. But I thought you were a thief, not a hero. The Tatarasu is noble and is always a thief of justice. That's... of course. If you have enough information, I can recreate the inside of the haunted house with this. Plus, if we then factor in everyone's testimony, you can recreate exactly what happened when I dropped off the ransom money. You may be able to figure out some new information through this. It's worth a try. Agent Lang. Ah, so you want to use your little toy? Be my guest. Okay, hang on. You're all about to witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Detective Gumshoe, is there a copy of the haunted house blueprints among the police's reference documents? Yes, sir. We got it just in case we need it for the kidnapping case. Alright, I'll input the haunted house data then. What is this? Where are we? It's like we're inside the haunted house. Even if we can't inspect the real location itself, the path to the truth slumbers here. If I can successfully navigate my way using logic, I'll ultimately arrive at the truth. Now then, I believe I'm ready to investigate the crime scene. Okay, what should I recreate first? You haven't figured it out yet. Maybe I have, maybe I haven't, but I'm going to make you do all the hard work. Very well. I'd like to inspect the moment in which I was ambushed by my abductor. The two of them were definitely in this place at that time. If I can verify that, it might provide me with a new lead. I had just come out into the hallway after leaving the money inside the dining room. At that time, I saw a badger slumped over the floor at the end of the hall. What was a badger doing all the way down there? I also thought it strange. However, I thought that maybe it was simply a mannequin that was set there for atmosphere. Do you know which badger it was? No, it was too dark to tell. All I saw was its silhouette. In that case, I guess I'll just program a badger silhouette right for now. Okay, programming complete. Then I started walking towards the exit. And that's why you were struck from behind, right? Yes. But that's odd. The hallway is a dead end. Where did your assailant come from? There's only one location I can think of. I believe my assailant was laying in wait here. Whip!
Take that!
That doll I saw wasn't a doll, wasn't really a doll, it was in fact a costume kidnapper. Ah, so he used the costume as a perfect camouflage to blend in with the rest of the house. Precisely. He waited until I had made the drop-off and was about to leave. Then, just as he saw me take a step back, a step towards the exit, he stood up and launched his attack. I can't think of no better hiding place than this. Hey, not bad. I'm beginning to think I should steal this tactic for myself. Just don't use it to do anything criminal, okay? But that's exactly what I'm going to do. Well, Lance, what are you asking me for? As one of the kidnappers, I figured I should give you the chance to confess first. I was one of the kidnappers, but I don't know anything. I did come up with the Hunter house, but I never set foot inside. I left Oliver in charge of picking up the ransom money. He didn't set foot inside. Is he telling the truth, or is this just another lie? Alright, then you're claiming that it was Mr. Deacon who assaulted me. Yes, I'm sure it was him. Okay, inputting the new info now. Mr. Deacon was the Bad Badger, right? Since the Bad Badger has a gun attached to his right hand, I'll have to change it so the weapon is in his left hand. Now to verify the facts of this recreation. It's a replica of myself. You were totally oblivious to what was behind you, huh? Yes, I suppose I am also to blame for what happened to me. It was incredibly dark, which was all the more reason I should have been more alert. I vowed to never get caught by surprise again. You didn't recreate the weapon. Well, I can't exactly recreate something I know nothing about. So tell me, what were you hit with? The attack came from behind, so I have no idea, but I doubt it was someone's bare hands. Okay, then where were you hit? I was hit on the right side of my head, just above the temple. There was a bit of blood, but it wasn't anything serious. Ouch, sounds painful. Why are you smirking like that when you say it? It's just your imagination. Now let's see. I wonder if there's anything in the hallway that could have been used as a weapon. I'm looking for something the culprit could have used to hit you. I mean, should I, like, it's not, you know, like it's clearly not the same sword, but it's clearly like, well, I don't know, because we don't know if that actually, like, I don't know if the sword that we took actually is the same, like the sword that was in the inside, like they took back, like was already there because it's a prop, or it was taken from here and then taken to the hideout. It could be the same sword. Also, thanks game for not healing my my sanity at any point. I have it. There was indeed one such object laying here in this hallway. A prop sword. Are you talking about this thing here? Yes, although we did find it at the kidnapper's hideout. Wait, yes, it's possible that the culprit took it with him after using it on me. To leave no evidence behind, right? Correct. It may be worth a more thorough examination yet. Okay, so what do you want to... So what test do you want to run on this sword? Well, test it with Domino. The prints are not gonna, like, we're not gonna get any fingerprints, so... The culprit was wearing a costume at the time, so a fingerprint analysis is useless. Let's run a luminal test. It's possible that some of my blood found its way onto this. Agent Lang, may I ask for your cooperation in this matter? Like I have a choice. Sheena! Call the lab, boys. Understood. Except for a dab on the left side, it would appear that the blade is spotless. So it must have been the left side of the prop store that hit you then, right? I'll update the recreation with this piece of info. Won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. In the next instant, this badger will swing his left arm and complete with weapon in hand. Yes, to club me in the head with the left side of a prop sword. Edward, your life really is incredible when you think about it. Shall I recreate the moment of impact? I want to see the pain expression on your face. Okay. Okay. Like, I'm just... I'm just having a moment, like, hey, please. It's just fine the way it is. Wait, maybe not. Is it just my imagination or is something not quite right? It is, in fact. Because the guy is, it's the same thing as before. The guy is the guy is not left-handed. According to this document, the victim was right-handed. Aha! I guess I should change which hand is holding the weapon then. Hold on, you two. You didn't think I was going to ignore something like that, did you? What are you talking about? Look, no interrupting when I'm about to have a little fun. Ah, even if you change your recreation, you'd only be wasting your time. It's not possible for that thing to hold something in its right hand, you know? But Mr. Edward's logic is... What's this thing called? The Bad Badger? Just take another look at his right hand. Oh, I forgot the weapon isn't in his right hand because there's already a gun in it. Precisely. You knew that already? Yes, and I also know that the Badger was holding the weapon in his right hand. Huh? Are you aware of what's coming out of your mouth? You just contradicted yourself. I have evidence, of course. Proof that the culprit held the sword in his right hand. Oh, is this when we bring out the costume that had, like... You know, the missing gun? Is that, Is that when we bring that up? Like... Sounds interesting. Alright then, show me this evidence. This piece proves that the culprit held the weapon in his right hand when he struck. Oh, when he struck, well... It has to be the broken sword prop, because... That's where the blood is.
Take that!
The answer is the weapon itself. Except for a bead on the left side, this prop sword is absolutely spotless. However, if the culprit had used his left hand, the blood would be on the opposite side. But the replica Bad Badger isn't holding the sword in his right hand. I don't know what's going on anymore. Giving up already? It's simple. If he can hold the sword in his left hand or his right hand, then the one who struck me could not have been the Bad Badger. Are you paying attention, Lance? Mr. Deacon could not have been the one who struck. Which leaves only you as our primary suspect. Fine, it was me. I hit you. It appears that you lied to me yet again, but I see how quickly they catch up to you, huh, Lance? Wait, isn't Lance left-handed? Yes, but that's what makes this deception all the more interesting. He used his right hand to make it look like Mr. Deacon had been the one to strike me. But you see, firing a gun with one's non-dominant hand is difficult, but the level of dexterity isn't required to swing a prop sword. Okay, please include this new data. The one who hit me from behind was Lance. Or should I say the Proto Badger? If you would, please. You got it. Here I go. Now we have a faithful recreation of the situation around the attack on me. Alright, all we have to do is examine this new recreation and... And what exactly is so funny, Agent Lang? I'm having fun right now. Do you have to ruin it? That amusing little gadget, it sure packs a punch, right, Sheena? Yes, it was all I could do to hold my laughter in. Hey, don't make fun of little thief, you mean old werewolf. He and Mr. Edward bring out the best in each other. You've had your little fun, but now it's my turn. I've sat quietly by, listening, but the crude conclusions you two keep spewing don't whet this wolf's appetite. There's no guarantee that your toy will always show the real situation at any given time. No, but we do have a good base. Like, you're just angry that we have a good base. All it displays is whatever information you put in there, right? Well, when you put it that way. Your suppositions are wrong. It's not your fault, so I'm going to let you in on this. There is a trick to this haunted house. And what may that be exactly? A trick beyond what your tiny imaginations can produce. Sheena! Here you are. Now then, what you miss, girlie, is written right here in this pamphlet. The 7 Wonders of the Haunted House, the Disappearing Badger. What is this? I'd say that someone around here is full of theatrics. And as you can see, they set a doll down at the end of this hallway for that purpose. Basically, the blue badger you saw was just a stupid doll. No. How can this be? Guess that throws your whole theory about it being your attacker right out of the window. No, not really. But that can't be right. Maybe the culprit hid the doll somewhere. And then he laid down and pretended to be it instead. If the criminal couldn't even hide himself in the hallway, how could he hide a giant doll? Do you get it now? Thanks to your presumptions, your logic started off weak and led you to the completely wrong conclusion. Now get off your high horse. Mr. Edward, I like being on the high horse. It makes me feel tall. Hey, I wonder if you could please input the new information for me. You don't know when to quit, do you? I can't quit, not until I can declare that I found the truth. And I also like feeling tall on the high horse. Agent Lang, for the additional information you have my thanks. There you go again. Well, see if I care. Okay, I'm updating the recreation now. Also, Agent Lang, seriously, that's not how you flirt with someone. That looks really weird. Look at how it changes from the blue badger into the proto badger all of a sudden. If the slumped over badger was just a doll, where was my attacker hiding? Well, that's what we're going to find out, right? So come on, Mr. Edward, let's go. Yes, let's. This recreation can't be right, which means there must be a contradiction somewhere. It is the proto badger who struck me. I suppose I should really say that it is Lance. Ah, are you going to get him back? I need not resort to violence when the lawsuit I plan to bring to court will suffice. Really? Because I would totally have decked him right back. If someone steals from me, I steal something from them. If I get hit, I hit them back. If I get paid, I return the money. That's the secret to how a great thief works. Her third statement doesn't seem to be much of a benefit to her survival. When you take a look around, it almost feels like a house of mirrors. Indeed, who has ever heard of this many mirrors inside of a haunted house before? Well, at least we know that this is the real crime scene thanks to those mirror shards. Hey, wait, these shards, there's something different about them. Oh? The ones we found earlier are thickened than the shards from these mirrors on this wall. And look, there's some sort of design on the back too. The pieces from that costume are certainly different from the other mirrors. What does this mean? Could it be that our pieces are not pieces of these mirrors? Pieces of a set of armor are in a pile here. Why do you think they almost always have set of armors inside haunted houses? I suppose this sort of interior design is meant to bring out a sense of the abnormalcy. Why do all your explanations have to be so hard to understand, Mr. Edward? Now, try explaining it again, but this time so that even a thief like me can get it. That may prove to be a most difficult task. This is where the proto-magic shows up in our recreation. Yes, now the question is, where did he come from? Yeah, but there's no place to hide in our current model. There must be an inconsistency somewhere. I won't rest until I've safely erased the picture looking cranny. This blue badger is just a doll for using this haunted house. I bet the one who killed this blue badger was the bad badger, right? According to the Blue Badger Bible, it says that they are each other's worst enemies. I guess. Why? Because one's an ally of justice and the other's a vile criminal with a gun. Perhaps they were just destined to battle each other, much like the Steel Samurai and the Evil Magistrate. Don't talk about your sheep, Edward. Really? Are we not gonna... Like, there's a window there. Like, are we not gonna, like, run to that? Is there anything else? Like, I'm just trying to check in case there's anything. Doesn't seem like it. Wait, there is something here, and it's definitely on the costume. Yeah, I think it's the belt. Yeah, like the belt is mirrored.
Eureka!
Hold on a second here. There is something wrong with this blue badger. Huh? Like what? The way the belt is on him is opposite of how it should be. Did you make a mistake? That can be. I inputted the image data exactly as it is in the pamphlet. So then, why is the blue badger dressed up in reverse? The blue badger in the pamphlet photo is in reverse to the regular blue badger. But why? There must be some sort of explanation. Good question. Wait. Mirrors. Mirrors do what best. Okay, do you remember what you said earlier? What I said earlier about what? About how this building might as well have been a house of mirrors. A house of mirrors. Oh, that would explain the reverse or mirror image. Yes, this blue badger might be nothing more than the reflected image of a real one. Then, was the blue badger used such as a reflection? When looked down this hallway, I thought it was perfectly straight. However, if there was a mirror... Oh, then it would actually form an L shape, right? Precisely. I was deceived. The hallway was almost pitch black. And there was a beam in the way that obstructed my view of the other hallway. Wait, but why build this place like that? It sounds pretty pointless to me. Hey, this house is just another attraction at an amusement park. They created a mirror wall for a very specific purpose. One I can point out to you. This was the reason they built a mirror wall. Actually, I don't know. Like, what would they... Well, I guess it's a house of mirrors, so... Like... Wait, let me check the pamphlet. Oh, because... Oh, right, to make it... Oh, I see.
Take that!
As it's written in the pamphlet, the main draw of this attraction is the mystery of the disappearing badger. You mean they built a mirror for that trick alone? But you said you saw the badger, so it was definitely still there. That was true, but at the time, however, doing this allows someone to make the blue badger disappear in a flash. Move the mirror wall. To remove a reflecting image, simply move the mirror. First, the mirror wall, the mirror was constructed so that it could be moved. Then, beyond where the mirror was, there was an empty hallway. Had to be created. Ah, so when they wanted people to see the blue badger, they would open the mirror. And when they wanted to hide it, they simply had to close it again. This explains why the other side of those fragments have a design on them. Ah, and if the pattern is the same as the other walls in this hallway, then when the mirror is closed, it would blend in with the rest of the walls. This is the mirror trick that this haunted house employs. And this also proves the existence of a hidden place for the culprit. Huh? How so? Think about it, Kay. There was a place that was outside of my field of vision. The culprit get out of sight by hiding here. It would be like, I guess it would be here, like in this space, like waiting for the wall to open and close. Like it would be here, like.
Take that!
There was a very large blind spot, one I could not see beyond, and it was here. If my assailant hid on the other side of the movable mirror, then you wouldn't be able to see him. He didn't even need to do anything to the blue badger doll. Exactly. All he had to do was wait for me on the other side of the mirror. Wait, hold on. I just thought of something. Yes? Well, shouldn't the mirror wall be broken right now, in reality? Since we have a few shards on it, we can probably assume it is. Yes, it most definitely is broken. The question is, when was it broken? Since we found this inside of the victim's costume, that would mean that the victim was there when the mirror was broken. Wait, that sound. Leave the honey and go now. That sound I heard was most definitely the sound of a mirror breaking. Hey, I'd like you to input some new information. Ah, don't scare me like that. Sorry, but I need you to recreate something for me. Sure, whatever you need. So what do you need anyway? If you could first recreate this hallway just before I enter the dining room. You got it. Now this... I believe this is how it was right before I entered the dining room. Although at the time, I thought it was but a single straight hallway. And then I went inside. It was around then that I heard the sound of a mirror shattering. You heard what? Then... Yes, I believe it was then that the mirror was broken. Okay, so then when you stepped outside into the hallway again, the mirror wall should no longer exist, Kay. Please recreate that. Got it! Wait, but with the mirror gone, the culprit lost his hiding spot. So where did he go in his proto-badger suit, Mr. Edward? That's easy enough. With the mirror gone, he simply hid himself in the branch hallway. I think this about wraps it up. Looks like we finally solved everything! No, not yet. And even a larger contradiction has now reared its head. Huh? Perhaps you did not notice. But this recreation contains a very troubling inconsistency. What inconsistency, though? Well, I guess it's a hallway. The inconsistency between what I saw and the recreation lies... Well, I guess it's the empty corridor, because I think he still saw the slum body, but it could just have been... Like, I believe the slum badger was still at the end of the corridor when we exited, well, when Edward exited, but I just wanted to be in a good position. But technically it could just be the actual body of Oliver.
Take that!
Okay, take a good look at the end of the hole. Oh, there's no blue badger there. Exactly, the blue badger that I saw in reality is not here. This is the final point of this long chain of logic, the last remaining contradiction. So, let me get this straight. When you came out of the dining room, you saw a badger, right? And that is precisely where the final contradiction lies. Something that shouldn't exist was there before. Who or what do you suppose it was? I believe this is the real identity of our mystery badger, and that should be the victim's costume.
Take that!
The badger I saw was, in actuality, the dead victim's body. What? Yeah. Agent Lang, the entirety of my complete logic is my final decisive piece of evidence. The murder happened in the hallway of the haunted house at the time of the drop-off. And you can consider the moment I heard the mirror breaking to be the real time of death for Mr. Deacon. No. Maybe it was due to their fighting, or perhaps it was the life-shattering bullet. But no matter what the cause was, the hallway mirror wall was broken. You were in the house at the time, right? Are you telling me that you missed the sound of a gunshot?
Objection!
There were a variety of sound effects playing at the time. Alpha theatrics, I assume. The gunshot must have blended right in. Yeah. Now then, I'd like you to recall something for me. Who was it that was with the victim at the haunted house? Yeah. Who was the one who had the opportunity to rob the victim of his gun and use it on him? Yuck. It was you, Lanzamano. Are you giving up finally? I'm sorry. It's not like I had a choice. Oliver turned on me all of a sudden. He snapped and turned violent right after I hung up with you. He shoved me to the ground and straddled me. I fought back as hard as I could, grabbed his gun, and I shot him. The bullet must have went through his body and shattered the mirror. If I hadn't taken his gun and shot him first, I would have been the one you found. He's a hardened criminal. He escaped from jail. See, that's justified self-defense. My point was only trying to protect himself. That remains to be seen, and will have to be resolved in court. Agent Lang, I leave the rest to you. As if you were the one in charge around here. Guys, arrest these two and get them out of my sight. Wait, I had nothing to do with the murder. The only person you should be arresting is Lance. Dad! Sorry, but you're not slipping away that easily, Mr. Ernest Amano. You tampered with the evidence so that you could cover for your son. What a great dad you are, willing to risk it all. Truly touching. By the way, do you know why I'm really here? How could I possibly know the answer to such an asinine question? Asinine? You wouldn't me. I came all this way from across the sea just to see you, you know. You came to see me? What's that supposed to mean? I have a few things to ask you, Mr. Amano, about a case from 10 years ago. A case from 10 years ago. Oh, what's the name that you use here for that case? China! It's known as the KG-8 incident. The KG-8 incident? Oh, so you remember it. Good. Then you'll recall that the trigger in that case was the Amano Group scandal. Specifically, the charge of an internal smuggling ring. Smuggling. There's that word again. At the time, the person that was arrested as the ringleader was Mr. Amano's very own secretary, Mr. Colin Devoray. Ah, father! Even though you pushed the crime onto your then secretary, Mr. Devoray, I always suspected you were involved with the smuggling ring, Mr. Amano. Mr. Devoray was arrested in place of you, which is why he broke out, and you hid him from the police, right? You hid him in exchange for his silence on your little dirty secret. No. Please calm down. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. Pretend to be ignorant all you want. We're taking you down to the precinct anyway for a nice long chat. His honest reaction to that. What the? Who the heck was that? Oh, it's you. I'll take him down to the precinct if you don't mind. And who the heck are you? I'm Jack Sportsman. I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Oh, Jax, thank goodness you're here, my boy. Don't jerk me around. This is an Interpol case, so you keep your paws off of my suspect. Sorry, but I can't comply. I got the backing of the prosecutor's office. See, in this country, we prosecutors work with the police to bring cases to court. So if you could please cooperate with me here, that'd be great. Now how about a handshake to seal the deal? Sorry, but I hate prosecutors, the whole lot of you. Guys, arrested 2 suspects. Sir! Oh, I almost forgot. Prosecutor Miles Edward, is it? I'd like to thank you. Thank me? Yeah, for working so hard to fulfill my goal. Hey, is that any way to thank someone? And what the heck is that supposed to mean? You were so relentless with Lance that you forced Ernest to tamper with the evidence. Thanks to that, I finally had a legitimate reason to arrest him. So, how does it feel to bite the hand that fits you? The hand that fits me? I'm not sure I follow. Ha, there's no use pretending with me. You're the one, right? You're the corrupt prosecutor that's working for Mr. Amano on the smuggling ring, right? No, I would never do such a thing. Actually, I can point you to who is doing that. It's a sports guy. It's a sportsman guy. Like he's right there. Like he's right there. Like it's not me. Okay? Nah. What the heck? Oriental's never wrong. In your prosecutor's office, there's definitely there's definitely someone working with the ring. Ah, so Agent Lang suspected my relation to Mr. Amano. That must be the real reason behind his antagonistic attitude. On top of that, your mentor was Manfred Monkarma, right? Do you have to mention him? There were non-stop rumors flying around about forged evidence with that guy. You're not twisting the truth behind those closed courtroom doors too, are you? The courtroom is a place where the truth is revealed. Har 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 har. Well, don't worry, it's not only you. The whole lot of you can't be trusted. A prosecutor who never lost in 40 years, every defendant must be found guilty. Fueled by that kind of thinking, is it any wonder that courts produce nothing but falsities and lies? It would seem that his insane extends beyond just me. Prosecutors, the courts, why is this man so angry with all of us? Well, Edward, the justice system tends to be bullshit. Rest assured, the next time we meet, I won't be so forgiving. So don't forget it. Tina, you're not allowed to point at me like that. I know what you did. Please wait. Agent Sheena, why does Agent Lang hate our prosecutor so? Lang is the head of the long-honored House of Lang in Shenfa. The heads of all police-related divisions in that country were of Lang blood. Where? What do you mean by that? Aren't they still? They were revered, but that was long ago. They don't hold that sort of sway anymore. And it was all because of the courts. How can that be? A prosecutor once withheld and tampered with the evidence one of the Lang detectives found. That evidence's purity was tarnished, and cost the Lang family its honor and trust. But not all prosecutors are like that. Even so, Lang will never respect the court again, or any prosecutor. So Agent Lang is a man who hates our courts and is unwilling to forgive prosecutors. Man, what a piece of work that guy is! Come on, Jim, we better catch up. Yeah. We still got to deliver that thing to the old man after all. Portsman. Detective Gumshoe, I believe it's time we wrapped up and headed out ourselves. Yeah, are you going home, Mr. Edward? No, I've done nothing but be entangled in one mess after another since my return. If it's alright with you, can you drop me off at my office? No problem, sir.
Excuse me?
Yes, what is it?
That is, thank you very much.
Ah, it's okay, no need to thank me, pal. Just doing my job as a detective.
I guess I was fooled pretty badly by Lance. Oh, cruel fate! What's a woman to do when she's been hurt by the one she loves? And to think I never realized my father was right there. I never said anything to him. I knew it. I'm a failure. Ah, there she goes again, talking to herself.
Miss Pops, I wonder if you know why your father participated in the kidnapping.
No, I have no idea.
Your father died while he was trying to stop Lance, which means that from the beginning he had no interest in the staged self-abduction.
Wait, then why did he...
I believe it was because of your presence, Miss Pops.
Me?
Lance realized that the two of you were related, which is why he used you as a hostage to coerce Mr. Deborah into cooperating.
Father!
As a felon, he could not tell you of his real relation to you. However, as the Amano family butler, at the very least, he was able to watch over you. It was all he could do, but that was the shape of his overflowing love for you. Go on, speak your mind.
That is... Thank you very much.
You're welcome, although there is no need to thank me.
Ah, no, Lauren, stop. I mean, this man is so much older than you.
No, girl, it's not that the issue is not that she's... Girl, the issue is not that he's older, he's gay. Like, Pops, you know, Lauren, you're not gonna get him because he has a boyfriend, okay? But, like, the age is not the issue. I respect her, though. I respect her tastes.
Looks like we have completely stolen her away, Mr. Edward.
Way to go, sir.
Your technique is way beyond the level of a great thief.
What are you going on about now?
Wow, your deducing skills may be sound, but you have no street smarts.
That's Mr. Edward for you.
Yeah, I mean, he still hasn't figured out who I am at all. If you haven't remembered in all this time, I guess I'm just going to have to say it. This isn't the first time we met, you know?
What do you mean, Paul? Mr. Edward, how do you know this girl?
Looks like you totally forgot me too, Gummy.
Gummy?
Here, maybe these will jog your memories. I promised I'd return it to you one day, remember?
That single piece of cloth took me back, far into my past. To that fateful day 7 years ago, when I first met the then child Kay and Detective Gumshoe. Great, we're doing the flashback case next. Good old flashback case. There's always one. Thank you for the achievement. And that's gonna be everything for today. Because we are almost 10 minutes over time. Yeah, that's everything for today. just I know that I didn't stream last night, but I'm just gonna be honest. I need to clean this room. Like, work has not given me the time to clean this room. I was gonna clean it if I got vacation time. I did not get vacation time, and I'm tired like a motherfucker. So I'm taking tomorrow off because I need to clean this room. And before somebody tells me you need a day to clean a room, I need a day to clean the room because the day before I need to clean this room, I take everything out of the room because it's the room where I have the PC, and I need to move everything out, and I have 2 monitors and the everything of my setup. And I start cleaning it, I go to sleep, I come back the next day after the room has aired, and I continue cleaning it until it's properly clean, move all of the furniture, and then put everything back. So yes, I need an entire day. I need the night from the day before and the entire morning of the next day to clean this room to make sure that it's clean. So I'm not streaming tomorrow because of that. I will try to make up for it, considering that I also didn't stream yesterday. What I'll probably do is, like, there's a couple of days that I need to stay up late, so I'll do like a little 2-hour stream a couple of days next week to make up for it. But that's the only way I really can make up for it. And then the weekend is gonna be like normal. It's just I really need tomorrow to clean, so I need it. But other than that, that's gonna be everything for today. So thank you everybody for being here. I'll see you tomorrow next week. Those little 2-hour streams that I might do, I'll just gonna play I don't know, I'll play Dave the Diver, I'll play some Little Witch in the Woods. I'll play something that doesn't have high stakes. And then on the weekend, we're back to continuing investigations. We probably have 4 more streams, give or take, considering the length of the cases. I'm doing an approximation here. So we'll see about that next week. But that's for next week. And then afterwards, we're probably doing investigations too immediately, just for the record. But anyway, like I said, have a good rest of your day, have a good rest of your weekend, and I'll see you during the week for little streams, and then Friday night, a longer stream, and then on the weekend, we'll continue in investigations. So see you back then. Bye, everyone.